Fernando.
Test 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Perfect, Chairman. We're ready to go.
Thank you very much. Just for those that are online, we just had a moment just getting all the technical difficulties out of the way. We're good to go. Roll call was done and we have quorum. So I'm going to ask our Deputy Town Attorney, Coviela, to please lead us in a moment of silence with a prayer.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, please grant us the wisdom and to be able to make the right discernment this evening as we're looking at different ways of being able to improve, modify our existing charter, which is our town's constitution. Please give us that grace this evening, and we ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Attorney. Next, we're going to go with the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can have Commissioner Matos please lead us.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we can all be seated. Thank you. All right. First, we're going to go to the order of business. Are there any deferrals, additions, or deletions?
I have an addition, if I could, under old business.
For Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, just basically, I just want to add, I gave some information. I don't want to go into a long discussion about it, but I wanted this commission to be aware of the information that I came across relative to the powers of the town manager. So I basically have some paperwork that I included in your package. And I'd like to just quickly just discuss, if I could, what the ramification is and why it's time dependent. Otherwise, we can wait for a much longer discussion when we do the next section.
Okay. So real quick is just before I ask for a motion to add this as an order of business, I had, I took a quick look at what you had provided. Are you asking there to be an addition or modification to either Article 1 or the current Article 2?
Well, possibly Article 1, and it'd be, isn't the town manager on Article 2? Isn't it 2.3? I'm sorry.
The town manager is Article 3.
It's 3. It's Article
That's
3.
not going to be discussed today.
No, we're not going to discuss that today. But as I said, I wanted the information available to this commission because fortunately, we say we have 3 weeks now since our next meeting, which is fine. It gives us plenty of time to read over what I had presented. So the addition was, I just wanted to make sure that the information is incorporated for this commission to review under old business, which is basically the way our town is formed.
Okay. Look, I'll take a motion on it. I just don't see how what you presented goes toward, but no, if there's going to be a motion to add this, are you making the motion?
I'm making a motion, to add this to this package for review by this commission.
Okay, so adding this matter to the old business, I would be item 7B. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
There'll be a second for discussion. Is there any discussion at this point? And this is just not on the actual topic that he wants to discuss, but to add it to the old business as 7B. Is there any discussion on that aspect of it?
Yeah, I'm just curious. This is a information that you're bringing forth that you
Right.
want to.
This is basically, as you're aware, the sheriff now is the new elected position, and the intergovernmental relationship between our town manager and the sheriff has come into question. Okay, and the only reason I wanted this information here is when
So,
we discuss.
I'm sorry to cut you off because I just want to keep them moving because I know we have a lot of discussion. So it's just right now, it's what I understand what you want to propose.
Right.
And I think what we're discussing, the discussion is to whether or not to add it to as 7B. And I want to limit it right now, at least any discussion to that motion. So that way we can move forward. And if you want, if it does go onto the agenda, then we'll discuss it in more depth later.
The only reason I want it on is it's time dependent. That's all it is, just time certain. It's not something that, is, that should be ignored. It's just a time certain item because our, town commander is being appointed or has been
Okay.
appointed recently and things
Yeah,
like
that
that.
will, look, I'm not going to go into that discussion at this point. So I'm just any other further discussions on whether or not to add this as 7B? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Opposed? Sorry.
We'll do a roll call.
So can you do a roll call?
Yes.
Just make sure we're clear.
Council, Commission Member Fernandez,
No.
Commission Member Bennett,
Yes,
Commission Member Abad,
Yes.
Commission Member Matos,
Yes.
Commission Member, so sorry, Ruano, yes.
Yes.
Of course, Vice Chair Inguanzo
Yes.
and Chairman Lay Soto.
No.
The motion passes.
All right, so it's been added as 7B. Thank you. Any other deferrals, additions, or deletions?
So I just wanted to touch base and actually more towards Dr. Bennett.
Go ahead.
At the last
Commissioner.
meeting, he brought the form of government, the role of the town manager. And he proposed certain things, but I don't think we ever got to anything. Are we bringing it back up or?
at this time, I don't want to bring up any specifics because we are discussing the manager's position and role, I believe, the next meeting.
Correct.
So, what I want to bring up is an informational information.
No, I understand that. I think,
Okay.
I think he had just a point of question to you as to whether or not you were going to bring something up regarding to add to the addition. Like I said, we're just on the order of business right now. So I just want to focus on that so we can move along. All right. Is there a motion, Commissioner Abad? None?
No, sir.
All right. Any others on the order of business? All right. So we're going to move forward now to public comments.
Good evening. Anyone in the audience here for public comments, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. And we also welcome the participants that we have online. I see one person. You will get a chance to speak as well. Just always remember that if you do want to speak, you have to raise your hand by clicking on the reaction icon and selecting raise hand, and IT will allow you to participate. And again, as I always stress, you have 3 minutes and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Stephen Hersberg, Chapter 119.
there's some important discussions to have today. I just want to say that the discussions be focused on what the problems are and not looking for solutions that don't need solutions. And that's where I see two things that will likely be discussed today. One, our form of government is good. Council manager system works. It works for this town. I see no reason for a strong mayor. I don't even believe a strong mayor would have any chance in a ballot. We've looked at other municipalities. They typically don't pass when you ask if you want a strong mayor. And it's important to understand that because there's only so many questions that the commission may want to pose so that the most important things get voted on. You don't have voter ballot fatigue. As to the amount of seats of the council, I know there's been a push to look at 5, and it's been discussed before. I saw the proposal from Councilman Fernandez, who was shared via email for everybody. I think the proposal is well done. I don't agree with it, but if you're going to do it the way he has it outlined makes sense. However, I ask you, what are we trying to resolve going from 7 to 5? What's the problem? We've had consistent management. We've had low political drama, almost no corruption, and the only corruption had nothing to do with his body. So what are we trying to solve? This commission should focus on systematic changes, not politics. If it's a political issue, that's politics. And that's just part of how elections work. But I don't understand why there should be a push to reduce representation in government. If you look at the map that I know you all received, the majority of municipalities that have 30,000 people or more have 7. And the city of Miami is an outlier of 5. And I'm pretty confident you will see a charter amendment come up, moving them up to 7, because 5 is not enough for the city of Miami. So I just don't understand where the issue is, where the systematic government issue is when you are talking about reducing from 7 to 5 because of how stable politics has been here, in my opinion, especially when you compare it to other municipalities. I remember Senator Garcia was here at a recent meeting saying we're not like Coral Gables, we're not like Doral. And I think part of that is because we have 7. Those cities have 5. I mean, I do ask you to watch some meetings that have 5 that you can find on YouTube, and you can see the difference in the way those meetings happen. And I believe that it makes it more political. You have less guardrails of the people up there. So those are just my thoughts. Anyway, have a good discussion. I'll be watching. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember. Do we have any other members of the public?
Good evening, Commissioners, Town Council. Oh, Councilman, one right, there he is. And Town Management, Carlos Andres, 14530 Dade Pine Ave, Miami Lakes, Florida. All right, obviously Miami Lakes. Okay, the discussion obviously is going to be hot tonight about the council seats. I did some research myself, and I was looking at, what we have in Miami-Dade County, based on the 2020 census. And, we got anywhere between, Miami Shores that has approximately 11,500 residents all the way up to Doral that has 75,800. There's an average of 5, elected offices. Councilman Hertzberg is absolutely correct. We do have a very sound government. We have been running just fine. But I do see that there's a possibility here for 5. And quite frankly, I can go either way with both, arguments really. So nonetheless, it's good to see that the beauty of this whole topic is that we have the internet and we get to see what other, cities, municipalities have in place. Going on to what we have right now are the current powers of the mayor and the vice mayor. No change, leave as is. It's worked just fine. We have a very competent town manager and his supporting staff. I would leave it as is. When it comes to the term limits, there's been, I agree with, life, limits, 2 times you run, you're done. If you, a special election, you get in, with 2 years less, I know you get that 3rd shot, but, go ahead and get it. And then after that, you're smooth sailing and no longer running for office. I know there's another topic that I wanted to bring up was for absence. I know that is at the discretion, whether it's a good cause or bad cause, whatever it is. I strongly encourage that for the record of the council and the residents that the missing council person write from himself or herself, the reasoning for the absence. That way we can avoid any discretion when, the topic comes on removal, if it gets to that point. Other than that, I have no further comments. Thank you all for your service to this commission.
Thank you. Any other members for public comment? Councilman.
Good to see everybody. Alejandro Sanchez, Chapter 119 for the address. First and foremost, I want to say congratulations. Make us proud. This is the most important document. It's our Constitution. To say that you were part of this commission is a huge deal because you are setting the groundwork for the next 10 years of what this town is going into with the secondary half of our strategic plan. Now, to just comment on what Doc Bennett had said earlier about the time sensitivity of item 7B now on the agenda, there is no time sensitivity when it comes to this document because this document will not become effective until next year. So any change that you make right now is not going to become effective until next year, until the residents vote on it and accept it. Because this document, even though it passes through your hands and eventually by the elected officials, it gets to the hands of the electorate. So no matter what change you make now, no matter what change you're trying to avoid from happening now, it's still going to happen now, even if it's later down the line, not going to make a difference. So I would recommend that 7B be just eliminated to save the time since it's not time sensitive anymore. With regards to the 7 versus 5, I'm in between both because I see the 5 as a form of government that can lead to a melting pot. Most people believe a melting pot can be a good thing, but I don't think it's a good thing because then you have minds that think the same. You don't have a plethora of ideas. I'm not saying let's become Jacksonville that have 19 elected officials sitting on their dais, but 7 is a good number. You have a collective of differences of ideas that lead to a better solutions down the line. You all have the mind, the ability, the knowledge. 2 of you know what happens behind the proverbial scenes. And I applaud you for doing this. I applaud you for the public service. That's the backbone of our nation, volunteerism. Thank you for everything that you do. And I wish you nothing but the best of luck in all the decisions you're going to make tonight. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember. Do we have anybody else from the public comment here present that would like to speak? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online?
I see one participant, and this is your chance. If you want to participate in public comments remote via online, please do so now. Unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting. I also want to stress that we did receive a written public comments from Ms. Hope Reynolds earlier today, which I emailed all the commission members. And we had one like 2 weeks ago from Mr. Abel Fernandez regarding Article 2. I just wanted to put that into your attention. You all received it as well. No, I don't see the hand raised, so no public comments online.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go now to number 6, approval of the minutes. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes that were submitted?
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. And now we're going to the old business, section 7. We'll start with A, the town attorney legal opinion on the town charter boundary map. As you guys may recall, at the last meeting, there was a discussion regarding in Article 1 about the town's charter boundary map, and we asked the town attorney that was going to provide us a legal opinion. Mr. Deputy Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the boundary, as long as we're not changing the meets and bounds or anything we're not augmenting or diminishing the map, we can go ahead and update it on the charter. That's fine.
Okay. I'm trying to recall, I made the motion, I believe, contingent upon the legal opinion. Do I need to go back to that motion and reissue the motion, or is that then approved to replace the map?
I'm not I don't have the minutes, so I'm not
Just
sure
from the
exactly what
procedural
was said.
standpoint.
But if it was
We
approved
have the
based on that,
minutes.
then
If you allow me 1 second.
Yeah, I believe I had made the
Very
motion. I
good.
think what we voted upon was to approve contingent upon your opinion. I didn't know if we needed to go back to that motion,
Okay,
give the
yes.
contingency, or if it was
If you want me
sufficient.
to refresh the memory, Chairman Lay Soto stated that he would like to move forward with his motion that is still pending on the floor, which is to have the town map, Figure 1, replaced, subject to hearing from the town attorneys as to whether it's ministerial or not, and whether it doesn't need to be included. And if it doesn't, then it could be withdrawn at the next Charter Revision Commission, and this motion passed 7-0, so unanimously passed.
Mr. Town Attorney. It's fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Perfect. All right. So we're gonna go forward. That closes out on A on the town boundary map. Now we're gonna go to the old business that was added. B, if you want to go ahead and present your item, Dr. Bennett, let's be brief. You want to give the summary, and then we can, and
Yeah.
if there's a motion, we can go forward with the motion.
I agree. Once again, this will be brief. Basically, as it's been stated in the current charter, the town manager has the ability to make recommendations. He doesn't have the power to appoint anybody as I understand it, as town commander. The town commander is not an employee of the town of Miami Lakes. Obviously, he's an independent contractor that we contract through Miami-Dade County. I guess the sheriff's department now versus the police department. And the questions that came up, obviously, with the new elected position, did the existing contract, have as much weight? Obviously, on Florida statutes, 125.10105, which basically in 2023 did allow for the direct transfer of the contract to the sheriffs, and the sheriff is going to abide by the contract. That was basically allowing them to transfer that contract, and that the sheriff would take care of it as if it was, part of Miami-Dade County's police. The only issue that we came up with was how it's appointed. Generally, as I understand it, and as I interpret it, and as I understand it, let me put it this way first, and then I'll go into later, that the town manager can't appoint it. All they can do, the sheriff department will appoint who it is, and the town manager can give a recommendation to the council whether to accept that or not. Now, the town manager can remove the sheriff if he chooses to, and that's how I saw it. Now, once again, this is going to be a much greater discussion on the next meeting, but the only reason why I bring it up now is I'm not sure that the current methodology that was used to appoint the commander is valid.
Okay. Real quick, 1 second, Mr. Town Attorney. I'll make my initial comments is, if you're using this to address that latter issue that you just mentioned, I don't think that's appropriate for this body. We're dealing with the commission, as I believe it came out in public comments as well, is that, that is we're looking at a document that we're trying to revise. If you're looking at the powers that are associated with the town manager, we'll address it like you had stated in Article 3. But as to the immediacy, or as to whether or not there's an issue with the current contract, that in my opinion, and I'll ask the town attorney to opine on that, but I believe that is an issue that is up for the town council, not for this commission. So I'm not sure what, I'll defer now to the town attorney on that.
Mr. Chair, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is an issue as far as a contract. Now, I want to touch base on that contract for a minute. That contract was passed in 2019. I believe the resolution was 1916-38. That resolution approved that agreement that was done in negotiations between the town and the Miami-Dade County Police Department, which is now the sheriff. That contract was assigned to the sheriff's office when that change in the statute took place. Now, under that agreement, section 9.2 specifically, it states that the sheriff's office, it has two sentences. I don't have it in front of me, but the first sentence says the town manager shall appoint the town commander. And second, it says that the sheriff's office, or the Miami-Dade County Police Department, will provide him from a list of qualified candidates. So we're not the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office to begin with. That is a separate entity of which manages their own police officers, decides who are the qualified candidates, promotes from within. We have no control and no say on that. However, as a concession, because the town commander is such an important person, I mean, the face of our public safety, the town manager can have a say, does have a say. He has the ultimate say in who that person is going to be from a list of candidates that are provided by the sheriff's office. We don't have a say in who those candidates might be. Now, why does the town manager have that power? He has it only because the town council, the governing body of this town, gave it to him, delegated to him. to decide who that person was ultimately going to be. And that is perfectly legal. There's nothing incorrect about that. As far as adding it to the charter, it really is not something that would be something that we could add to the charter because we don't have really our own police department. The police department is something that we are renting, we're leasing, we're using and piggybacking off of the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office. And again, we don't have any control as to that management. The contract could very well say, Mr. Chair, that the Sheriff's Office, in their own discretion, however they decide, will pick who the town commander will be. And that would be perfectly legal. There would be nothing wrong about that. And for all those reasons, I do not think that this is something that should be considered for the charter. And I don't think that it's something really germane to this body.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Town Attorney. With that clarification, is there a motion that you have that you would like to have discussed at this time?
No, I just want to make just something clear. By time dependent, I just wanted it to be in the council's and this commission's hands that this will be brought up at the next section. I wanted to give them a lot of time to think this over. That's the reason I brought it up as old businesses, because other form of government. Once again, we can discuss that more at the next meeting. I have no motion at this time, relative to this, but I did want this information in the records for this commission to consider.
Sure. And I'll just, as a recommend is that when that's brought up when we discuss Article 3 or in whatever relevant provision you believe it's going to be moved, is to let's focus on how it's going to be incorporated into the town charter and how to apply when we do it, not whether or not the current contract has been done correctly. I understand that's kind of just the factual basis of what supporting of what amendment you may be proposing, but I'm just asking is that whenever we get to that point that we don't get too much. We've already shared it with everyone here, so we'll just get a factual background and then get into what it is in the charter that you'd like to.
You're correct. What I'm saying is it doesn't affect the current contract. I understand that, and that's exactly right. The question is, does this body, should this be incorporated in the powers of the manager? That's what I want considered.
Not a
Now
problem.
gives you a more important thing, but I have no intention of changing anything that's already been contracted for. That's not what this is. It's just that this commission needs to know if that power is going to be delegated specifically to the manager.
Sure.
That's what's important. That's what I'm
Understood.
trying to get to. Do we
Okay.
want that? All right.
Right.
Anyways.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem. If nothing else on, oh, I thought I heard something. Sorry. Nothing else on 7B. We're going to go to item 8, items for discussion or action. We're going to start with participation of town staff. So this is a matter I wanted to bring up real quick as it came to my attention over the past 2 weeks. It seems there was discussion and information that has been stated to me that the town manager, who's not present today, and it seems there was a request by several commission members, obviously didn't come through me, but that he not participate in these meetings and not be here at the meetings. So I wanted to bring this up for a discussion for us as to what we want from our perspective. I'll start off is that I think it is a disservice not to have the town manager here. And for several reasons. I think first and foremost is he's the one that does the day-to-day operations. He understands what this charter and how it is affecting him in his operations. I personally would like to have him here and we have questions of what we're deciding, what we're reviewing. He'll be able to give us boots on the ground. Hey, look, this is going to affect it this way, or he can give us explanations as to how it's impacting currently, so that way we can best assess, hey, look, do we want to modify one of our provisions? I don't want us to be creating any changes or recommending any changes that are made in a vacuum that may negatively impact them, or even something that we may miss that can even enhance their operations. So that's my position. And so I'm going to make a motion, and obviously, we'll have some more, I'll open this up for discussion, but I'd like to make a motion to have the town manager participate, be present here on behalf of the council to assist us in presentations. Obviously, we're getting a lot of recommendations from the town staff that they see that they would like to do. So I'd like to have them to be present here and welcome to participate with us. And that's the motion.
Second.
There's a second. There's a Commissioner Fernandez. And so any discussion?
Yeah, just a little discussion. One of the things that's important about our town manager, he was also on the original charter commission. He has some inside not insight, but he has institutional knowledge or memory of what went before, and that's very important to this council now, specifically about the 5-member, 7-member council. So yes, I think he would be a major asset to this commission, and he should attend. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, of course, I can't vote, but, whoops, I agree with you as well as Dr. Bennett. I think that it would benefit. I mean, I don't think anything negative by him being here. In fact, he's going to bring a lot of experience and, you know, again, he runs a day-to-day operation. So I think it'll benefit our decision-making, your decision-making while he's here. So that's all.
Thank you. Any other commissioners would like to have a discussion? Commissioner
Thank
Matos?
you. I'm in agreement to having him here. I think it's an important asset to what we're doing. There's questions that come up. We're not waiting then to have them answered at a different point in time. So I think it's to our advantage. It's to the public's advantage as well. If things come up, that the questions are addressed timely.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, I think.
Mr. Chair, just real briefly, I agree 100%. He definitely should be here. In fact, Mr. Manager, if you're watching, I know you live very close by, so come on over. We'd love to have you here. So I definitely think he and other key staff should be part of this process.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners?
Since we're putting on the record, again, I don't know where that came from, and I understand if one of you or multiple of you did not want him here. I agree that his opinion was very valuable. I do not recall a moment in the last 2 meetings that he said anything that would impact negatively anything. And at the end of the day, we're the ones who voted. He has no vote, right? So it is for institutional law knowledge, like Dr. Bennett said, and I agree. Hey, come on down, buddy.
Look, and I'd like to add that having him here and having his perspective here only, you know, elevates the dialogue that we're going to have here. And, you know, it's only through dissenting opinions. And of course, I don't always agree with the manager, but I definitely value his input and his position. And I'd rather hear what he has to say. And I think everybody should have access to him. So yeah, I'm all in.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Any others? Yes.
Through the chair, for those that served on the Charter Revision Committee in the past, was the manager part of the discussions in that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right. I think we've heard from everybody here. So I'm going to call it for a vote. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. If Madam Clerk, if you can share with the town manager that the council has requested his presence at the future meetings. I'm not saying he has to come today. I understand, he's at home or wherever he may be, but, please relay that to him that motion has been passed and he's been asked to attend.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. All right. Now getting to Article 2, Town Council. This is going, I would try to move pretty quick through the initial aspects because I really, I've seen a bunch of proposals and discussions from folks on Article 2, and this is every article is very important, but this one is our first very substantive review and information that we've been receiving. So I'm going to start with B1, which is section 2.1 of the Town Council. If there's anyone want to start off with any items that they'd like to first present?
Through the chair.
As far as.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm going to have the
please.
Councilman
Sorry,
Fernandez. Sorry, and then I'll go to you, Dr. Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. So as you saw through our clerk, through Madam Clerk, I submitted what I thought, and this was in collaboration with staff, but in regard to changing the amount of council members, I respect Councilman Hertzberg's opinion and his thoughts. Since I've submitted them, actually, we just received the amount that, and we can discuss the other municipalities, that some that have 5, some that have 7, but I just received the amount that each council member earns, including the salary and the stipend for the car allowance and other things, including insurance. And it actually totals to over $28,000. So $28,789.60. So based on that in itself, something that we should discuss. I think it's important to also know that the original charter, the intent was to have, I believe, 5 at large, no, excuse me, 5 district seats and then 2 at large. We went away from that. So I think at this time, I'd like for the commission to consider to changing the amount of council members from 7 to 5.
So your change is to have it'd be 6 at large then to 4 at large.
Just no,
Because I'm looking at the 2.1 and the 2.1 town council section,
Wait a
it
second.
defines as,
Hold on.
hold on one second. Go ahead.
Councilman Fernandez, you cannot make a motion.
I cannot make a motion.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for it.
Yeah, you can beg, plead, and borrow that somebody do it.
I asked you guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'd like
Thank
to,
you for the clarification. Mr.
I'd
Tanaka.
like to offer the motion that Council Member Fernandez proffered.
All right, well, let's initially clarify, because the way that, you know, how is it that that we want to propose that the amount be changed, or how we refer to it in 2.1 town council? And I say it because in the second sentence, it says the council shall consist of a mayor and 6 at-large council members. So how are we going to define that, or how are you going to set that? Is it just going to, you know, are we just going to take out mayor and do 5 people, or
No,
what's the motion going to be?
I think for the time being, I mean, it's obviously very difficult because there's, you know, we're going in the sequence that the charter is written, but there's things that are interrelated that we're going to get to later. I think at this point in the discussion, it should be the mayor and 4 at-large council members. That's my motion at this time.
Okay, so limiting it to the mayor at 4. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right. Now, okay, now that,
Second, so go ahead, Mr. Town Attorney.
yeah, so Councilman Fernandez, the council shall consist of the mayor and
4 at large, said.
well, but it's not going to be 4 at large for several years. So I think,
Well, I think what are you getting to is he may need to amend his motion to add the language that was.
right,
proposed.
it needs to be cleared up, but you can't say 4 because it's going to be 6, it's going to be 7 for a while, or 6 for a few years, assuming it passes. So it's the town council shall consist of the mayor and at-large council members as described below. And then,
I think, Mr. Attorney, that may be addressed, at least with what I received under section 2.3, election and term of office, there creates a staggered term for each of the offices
no,
in order for some point to get to the 4.
I understand that, but I'm struggling with the first paragraph.
Yeah.
Because it's not 4 at large because it's 6, but it's going to be 4. That's my little dilemma. If you want, move on, and then I'll come back to it. And
Well,
Through the chair,
Yeah,
Go ahead. 1 second, and I'm going to go to council, or to Commissioner Ruano, and then over to.
I'm
Council.
well, you can leave it at,
through
okay,
the
yeah.
chair, can we? can you-
Gina has a point. Gina has a point. It's 6 at-large council members, references blah, blah, blah. And then it does say effective with the election of November, the council shall consist of the mayor and 4 at-large. So I think that clears it up. If you incorporate the blue, if you incorporate the blue,
Or whichever color it is on your paper.
So
Right.
I have it in red.
yeah, whatever that red line is.
I'll amend my motion to include the blue.
Yeah, so I sorry for holding up the meeting, but it is cleared up.
Mr. Chair, there'll be discussion on this, or do we?
Yes, we're gonna, there was the motion and then there was a clarification, so I'm just,
And
if
Mr. Chair.
I want to go ahead, you want to start with you want to start with your discussions? Go ahead. Sure.
Sorry, yeah, if I could, okay. So with the help of our illustrious town clerk, the 2000 commission meeting minutes were made available to everybody. And there was a lot of discussions about 5 chairs versus 7 chairs or 6 chairs and a mayor and all that, whether they're all at large or districts. And at the time, it was suggested by Michael Pizzi that we would have 4 districts, 3 and 2 at large and a mayor, making 7 seats. And the reason for that is they wanted to make sure there was at least some type of equal representation between the more populous west side and versus the east side. That that in itself, is interesting. This was also commission at that time. Roberto Alonso also agreed to that. Thought was a better way to go. Now, as far as the population dynamics of it is concerned, this is irrelevant as far as how many commission seats you want. It's something that you can note, but it's irrelevant. As far as their salary, I'd like to know what that is as a percentage of the budget. In other words, the fact that they have that salary doesn't mean anything unless you have the actual total budget and determine like anything else. Now, here's my concern, and this is the big concern for me. If you were to go ahead and reduce the number of voting members from 7 to 5, it concentrates power. In all practical purposes, if the mayor has 3 members and him, he dominates the council and the council will pass and so on and so forth. If you go ahead and reduce that, now he just needs 3 or 2. A majority, well, 3 out of 5. So it needs 2. And essentially, you have a small majority dominating the entire body. I don't believe in concentration of power. I prefer the people have as much representation as possible. It's not that I feel that there's going to be any type of, coercion or anything. But if, let's assume now it's a situation in which now the mayor gets to appoint a council member. Now he only needs 1 person. So now you have the mayor and a appointed person. That's 2 already. And then just 1 more. And then at that point now that controls the council. So I personally believe that would be a bad idea. I would oppose it. I would prefer to keep it as 7. So thank you so much.
All right, just before we go on with discussion, I was advised that Town Manager Peterman is online and is available for any types of questions. If any of you guys have, we can always direct it to him. So he's available online to be able to discuss with them. And thank you very much for attending, Town Manager Peterman. We see you there. All right, moving forward to any other discussions, points of discussions anyone wants to have?
Yeah,
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'd like to contribute a few points, right? So I think there was definitely a time, particularly at the beginning of the town's history, where having more voices, there was a lot of work to be done, especially at the beginning. I think, we've reached the 25-year mark. There isn't a whole lot of development going on. There isn't a whole lot of change happening in the town. I don't necessarily think we need that many council members to do the work that needs to be done. That's one point. I'm going to say this as nicely as I can without, offending 2 people that are sitting here whose opinions I value enormously. But I think the fact that we had 3 seats go up for election last time and only one of those seats was contested and made it on the ballot may be a sign that maybe there either isn't enough interest out there to field 7 properly and duly elected, competitively elected candidates, and maybe it's time to reduce that field a little bit. So that's why I wanted to bring forth this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any points of discussion like to raise at this time?
Yeah.
Commissioner Abad, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Matos.
Yeah, going back to that point. So I remember when we introduced ourselves a month ago, the first time we met, we talked about how much we really wanted public input, right, into these decisions. And it's truly sad. I think we've only had a handful of people speak up. I'll give a shout out to Mr. Abel Fernandez, that he's always very constant giving his opinion, and I do value that. I may not always agree with his opinion, but I do appreciate it. And the truth is, it's been a handful of people giving the opinion, but most of them that have spoken to me have talked about bringing it down to 5. I'm open to go either way. To be honest with you, I'm hoping you guys can convince me one way or the other. However, I'm more intrigued with the concept of, and I think I'm being hypocritical in a way because I voted against it. I remember last time I did it, to going back to the districts. I do see the value in every section being, the town being represented. If we look at the town right now, I think like 3 or 4 of our current council members live in Royal Oaks. And that really, like everything, when I ran, I remember that the east side was very different than the west side, right? The east side was the airport and everybody had traffic. They loved their tree canopies. You go to the west side, it was the mine blasting and, you know, and they're not very big into trees and, you know, so I think it's great when each section of the town is equally represented. I'm attracted to that thought. And that everybody feels represented in the town, not just this side of the town has more people, this town has more representation. So I don't know, hopefully you guys can convince me one way or the other, so.
Absolutely. Commissioner Matos.
Thank you. A couple of points. First of all, when years ago, we had districts. And I'm a big proponent of having at-large seats. This is one Miami Lakes. We are one Miami Lakes. And whether it's blasting, we are united in what we're doing, how we're advocating for reform, for things to change. The airport, most of you know my thoughts on that. We need everybody, not just one elected person for a district that encompasses those of us that are impacted by the airport. So I'm definitely opposed to having separate districts. And I've read a lot, thought a lot about the number of council people. With all due respect to those that have run unopposed, we are blessed to have a wonderful group of people who come out. But where's the interest level? Years ago, there was lots of activity for the seats. And I think at this point, when we're looking at some of the things that we've been discussing or the council has been discussing and we've been talking about in public comments about every dollar matters. Every dollar matters. It's more efficient to have less, in my opinion. It's less committee people. It's less staff time to manage those things that require the services, if you will, of the town staff for 7 versus 5. So I'm feeling strongly about 5, and I am very much interested in at-large seats. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've had the privilege of working for local government for the past 25 years. Half of that was for a city that had a commission of 7 members, and the past 12 for a council that's got 5. You know, either works, but I can tell you the level of efficiency with a smaller body, in my opinion, anyway, seems to fit better, at least some of the smaller governments, of which the town of Miami Lakes is. You know, it's proportionately, whether it's 5 or 7, you're going to have representatives who advocate on behalf of the residents. So I honestly believe that from an efficiency perspective, a 5 seems to make more sense for a town of our size. I agree with Commissioner Matos on the at-large question. You know, I think we are too small of a town to really have those districts. I could see why it may make some sense, but I really do believe in the fact that we are one town and that everybody who has the privilege of sitting up on this dais should really be advocating for the entire town. And I think with the districts, we tend to kind of break the town into 2 parts, west and east. And I don't think we should be doing that. I think we should be focused on the town of Miami Lakes and its entirety.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ruano.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair, when I was a council member on this dais, I kind of maybe had a reputation for saying the ugly part out loud that no one else wanted to say. So I think that I'm going to continue to do that as I sit up here with all of you distinguished commissioners. The reality is that politics is ugly. And the reality is that what Dr. Bennett very eloquently said does happen. And in a commission of 5 or in a council of 5, I do believe that there is a less separation of power and that there can be groups that are formed and they were, and you know, Vice Mayor Fernandez served along with me. And whether we like to admit it out loud or not, that's the reality of what happens on the dais for various reasons, because, you know, people have differences of opinion. With regards to the districts, I think that we are much better served without districts than we were with districts. I think that the community likes to be able to reach out to any one of us, regardless of where you live or what district you may serve. But for purposes of keeping enough people up here to keep the council honest and to keep it moving efficiently. I know that it's not cost effective because the less people, the less the expense. That's a given. It's more time consuming for staff, but it does keep the council in a much better position. And we may be in a moment now where the town seems quiet, but we're only like, a minute away from complete chaos, right? That's just the way that government works and the way that politics works. So as I served on this council, many times we were presented with very controversial issues. And I feel sometimes that our tenure was controversial, but when you look back, the council that served before us had very controversial issues. The original council, I'm sure, had very controversial issues. And the more people that serve on the council, I think the better service to the community. And as far as, trying to keep, I guess, voting blocks from happening or someone being appointed and then just being, like Dr. Bennett said, one member away from having complete control of the council. I think that's one of the reasons why a strong mayor form of government has never been an appetite for Miami Lakers. Miami Lakers has always preferred, I mean, it's been on the ballot before, preferred the mayor manager form of government. So at least through my experience sitting up here, I was an advocate for many years before I sat as a council member. And I thought it then, and I still think today that 7 members works well for us. And if you look at other municipalities that have a smaller council, for the most part, they seem to be very controversial. And I'm going to use the city of Miami just because I think that that's the most entertaining one. But five members on that commission just don't do the city justice. So I do think that the more the merrier. I wouldn't put a dollar figure on it, even though I'm a hawk of the budget, but I wouldn't necessarily just limit it to how much it costs, because I think that in a position where there's no salary, where it's mostly a volunteer position and everyone has their own job and everyone has a full-time commitment somewhere else, it does serve the town better to have more council members than less. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rono. Any others? Dr. Bennett, Commissioner Bennett?
Okay, this came up in the 2016 commission meeting in which we converted from district to at large. And a couple of the arguments that were made as follows. Should we have individual districts represented? The thing was, the analogy that was used is a representative from Maryland can't represent the people from Colorado because they don't know what's going on in that immediate area. Now, the idea of going to at-large seats was a mechanical thing more than anything else, because Lynn is right. Voter apathy is a problem. We can't get a majority of voters to even go to the polls, even on important issues. And sometimes you would have vacant seats. And if you had a vacant seat, it had to be appointed, in which case it was the same effect, or they ran unopposed because there was nothing there. Obviously, there's studies about voter apathy going on forever, and they say what converts voter apathy is crisis. And I don't want crisis in our town. We did have crisis. And with that crisis, yes, everybody came out. It was a very large turnout. So the discussion about district representation versus all at large. Now, obviously, anybody can run. Now, if individuals can say, hey, we have no representation over here, at Silver Lakes. We need somebody over here to represent. Get them to run. I mean, once again, to serve the town of Miami Lakes or to serve any municipality is a great honor. And it's likened to jury duty and military service. You're doing what is necessary to preserve a democracy. The fact that maybe we can't get enough people to run because politics is what it is, politics, it can get somewhat nasty occasionally. So I don't like reducing the number of representatives. I would love to hear some discussion about how can we get various areas represented that know what's going on in those areas. Now, if we can get people to tell an at-large person, hey, yeah, we got a sewer problem over here, we got a sidewalk problem here, and they can act. But I don't think our members of our town know to come and approach our council members. And that's one of the problems that we have. I know we try and get it out. We tried before. And as far as that's concerned, representation at large, it can work. It's just you got to get people in those areas to run for office. you know, and that's one of the issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. All right, I'm gonna also discuss, I wanted to take a minute to give my thoughts on this aspect of it. One is, our clerk provided us a chart with municipalities with 5 and 7 that are located here in Dade County, and I counted them up. And, you know, so it's for everyone's, and those that are online, is the chart reflects that there are 24 municipalities in Dade County with 5 governing members. I'm assuming that includes the mayors and the council members, and that there are 10 municipalities with 7 governing mayors. You know, it gives you know, the chart provides us with obviously their populations as well. So we can have that type of comparison. So if you guys have not seen it, it's in the materials that were provided here at the desk. You know, I really, you know, this is a good discussion amongst all of us. I mean, it's something that I've been hearing here. I've heard from members of the community that have reached out to me to talk about this aspect of it. And, you know, we have 7 governing members. Well, let me start off with first just talking about the at-large versus the districts. You know, I'm really in favor of keeping it at large for a variety of reasons. You know, just from what you see on, you know, in all the media and everything, is when you start getting into districting, you start opening up litigation where someone feels that the apportionment wasn't done correctly, whether it was number wise, whether it's political wise, or whether it's, you know, some other type of protected class that you've failed to incorporate in making the determination. And by keeping it at large, you avoid those types of issues. And then as further as to, you know, the proposal to reduce it from 7 to 5, you know, I see there's a level of efficiency that comes with it. Obviously, you know, I recognize the danger that has been raised by some of those here on the dais of, you know, that now you have the potential for collecting power within a very few number of people, whether it's the mayor or even another council member that has drawn opposition against that mayor and can run it. But I think that if it's going to happen at 5, yeah, it's a little bit more likely happening at 5 than it is at 7, just because the number wise. But I don't think it takes away from the fact that 7 is a lot of individuals. Bless you.
Point of order.
No, hold on one second.
Okay.
And so in going with that, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But in having 7 individuals, it's just a lot of individuals that you have here for the size of the town we have. And when looking at this chart, you know, very significant cities, and, you know, and we can exclude the city of Miami, in my opinion, and just for the mere fact of their population size. You know, the nearest population size that has 5 is Doral, and that it is 83,000 roughly of a population, compared to city of Miami, 487,000. But even when you go just from Doral going down, which is all other 23 municipalities that have, it's very similar to what we have.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, there are 34 municipalities.
There's
Just
34. Yes.
34.
What did I say?
24.
I said 24 that have 5 council members. That's what I was referring to. I'm sorry if I misspoke there, but I know it's 34. It's 24 and 10, which is the 2, the 7 and 5. My apologies. But I was referring to the 24 that have 5 governing. The largest is the city of Miami. When you take that out from that calculation, that'll be the city of Doral is the closest at 83,000. That's still more than double than what we have here in Miami Lakes. You know, even based on this chart, at about 33,000 residents. So, you know, from my perspective, I think there'll be a definitely benefit in having 5, you know, addressing one of the other commission members that even said is, you know, there wasn't a lot of opposition in the last election. And look, I completely understand. I've worked on a lot of campaigns in the past, and I've seen it. Just because there's not competition doesn't mean that necessarily that there's not interest. It's, you know, we have some very good candidates that pop up, and people don't want to go against either person because they're very popular, or they have a lot of money, or, you know, for other personal reasons, you know, or they just say, hey, look, you know what, I support this guy. Why am I going to go against them? So there's a lot of rationale reasons that could be out there as to why there hasn't been the participation. But when you get down into the 5, you know, you start increasing those council members. And look, I understand that there's 2 of them here that may be affected by this decision, but not in the near future. you know, thankfully, at least with the way the proposal is now presented, and obviously subject to the voters' approval. But I think there is a good faith rationale to moving it down from 7 down to 5, getting in line with what 2/3 of the municipalities in Dade County have provided. One other item that I did want to talk about in the proposed amendment is that there is a redundant classification or terminology that is now put at the very end, which is redefining council members. And this is a matter that I think happens throughout this entire section, and actually throughout the entire charter, that I think it needs to be addressed. And I'd like to hear from the town attorneys if they can opine upon it, is that the way that it reads the term council members in the initial paragraph that is current, it seems to me it includes both the mayor and the council members, because they refer to council members already and then defines it as council members. And then obviously subsequently it's repeated in that separate paragraph. So I would ask to have an amendment. But I first want to hear from the town attorneys on that, on that designation of the language, because I just want to have it for consistency purposes so that our charter reads clearly.
Yeah, we've run into the issue before in another city, and that does need to be cleared up. Depending on how you define council member, some places defines council member, including the mayor, because he's a member of the council, especially because this is not a strong mayor city. Others define council members as the council members only, but not the mayor. So, and that's something we got to talk about. It can be important, especially when you talk about, for example, one of the issues we had is who could call a special call. And it said 3 members of the council or the mayor. Well, we had an issue where 2 members of the council and the mayor called it, and then it became a whole issue. But so we'll take a look at it, and we'll come back to you on that, if that's okay, because it's a long charter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think for, at least at this purpose, is what I'd like to make a motion. I know we have a pending motion, but this is going to apply to that motion, is I would like to make a motion to remove the second designation that's in the included language that we're voting on, as just removing that last parentheses with the quotations, council members, close parentheses, closed parentheses.
Okay, so let me ask, do you want the mayor to be council members or not? It's
Well,
kind of where,
I'd like to address that, but I think
okay,
let's address this motion first and to take out that provision there.
okay,
Because then we can reference entirety of what the definition of what council members is in a separate motion. So that way I don't want to mix the two right
Okay.
now.
okay.
Because I think they're two very different, they're separate discussions. I think they're going to interrelate, and then we can handle it from there.
I'll second the amendment.
Second amendment, is there any discussion on that amendment?
Once again, back to my point of order, if I may.
Sure, I apologize for that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we've used the word efficiency twice. Could you define efficiency as it pertains to this? And before you do that, Mr. Manager, what was our budget last year, total revenues that we have to spend?
Manager Peterman,
Do
you
we
may
lose
have
him?
stepped away.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do you know? Or Madam? Mr. Chair,
I mean,
Attorney?
it was 15 million, 17 million. What was our budget? 30? Please.
Sure, please come up.
Provide
Mr.
some
Kemp.
insight. General fund is about 21 and a half. Total budget, though, you're talking about non-general funds in the
Just
eighties.
what, you know,
General
what-
funds, around 21 million.
All right.
21.
We have,
21, 22 million for general funds.
thank you. And Mr. Peterman, Temp Manager Peterman, you've popped up. Did you hear the question?
No, sir.
Asking what is the overall budget for the town for last year?
The overall budget for the town
Yes.
or for the council members?
For the town, sir, the total budget, the total amount of revenues the town spends in a year. Or I don't even call them revenues because it's not really a profit thing, but the total amount of money that comes in, we'll call it revenues for argument's sake. Is it 20 million, 30 million?
It's a little over 20 million, but there's different parts to the budget. Obviously, there's the general fund, there's the capital fund, there's the stormwater fund.
So there's multiple areas to the, but the general fund is a little over $20 million.
Right. And that goes back to my point. So once again, a definition of efficiency, eliminating these two positions financially will improve
Well,
the overall
Mr. Bennett, so let's stick to the point, you had a point of order, let's stick to that, and then that discussion, I think, goes to the main motion, not to the current pending motion. Yes, the current pending motion right now is just to eliminate the phrase that the council members. I know you had a point of order, and that's what I was giving you.
Well,
the
it
authority.
was
So-
before you made your point. That's why.
No,
okay.
I understand, but
Okay.
I'll come back to you once we resolve this issue, but I appreciate it. And just to answer your question that you have, I don't have a specific definition of efficiency, but what I was referring to is not only from a financial efficiency, it's also an efficiency in operations. Because when you have 7 council members, yes, you're going to have a lot of people going back and forth and having a lot more issues. And now the staff members are dealing with 7 members on the council rather than 5. And that's generally what I was speaking about. I didn't have a specific efficiency. So just to clarify that aspect of, so now going back to the pending motion, which is on the removal of this language, is there any discussion on that aspect of it?
Mr. Attorney, is there any impact on removing the parentheses on what the original motion is?
I don't see it. You're talking about the blue?
Yeah, in the blue. I
Just-
mean,
yeah, just-
you were striking out council
The
member.
Second,
What-
because
is there an impact of that? I'm sorry to get to the points, but so he removed it maybe because he wants to
No, it's just,
narrow the definition, I'm guessing.
it's placed in parentheses because you're going to use it later on in the section as council members to refer to that, but
the purpose, yeah, and so I'll respond real quick. The purpose of why I'm saying to remove it is because in the paragraph that remains in the first one, it's already defined. So you're just defining it twice, which, when I'm reading a contract or in any type of agreement, you don't want to have the same exact, you don't want to continue redefining something that you've already defined. You just want to keep the definition as
Thank you
one.
for that clarification.
Not a
Yeah,
problem.
I've dealt
I'm not
with,
trying to limit.
I've dealt with attorneys too, and they're very, very word specific, and that's why my antenna goes
Sure.
up. Okay.
Not a problem. I'm just trying to clean it up so that way so we don't have 2 definitions floating into that. All right, any other discussion? All right, I'm going to call a vote. Is all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. That section will be deleted. Now going on to the original motion.
Ms.
Dr. Bennett, let me go to Dr. Bennett first because I know it said he would go to him.
Correct.
on
All
that
right. So
discussion.
thank you for your definition of efficiency. The amount of financial efficiency is 0.00273 impact by eliminating those 2 seats. It's negligible, if you go ahead to 3 significant figures. Now, as far as operational efficiency, well, that's something else. I mean, obviously, I don't see our town council being inefficient with 7 versus 5. I do think the concentration of power far outweighs the problem of having 7 over 5 for efficiency, and being too efficient sometimes can step on a lot of people's toes. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to comment on the districts part of the discussion, because I made my comments before that really became a subject of discussion. I remember many years ago, before I was on the council, having a conversation with then Vice Mayor Luis Collazo about the districts and how that dynamic played out. And one of the things that he mentioned then, and it's clicking now, is one of the drawbacks of having districts is what if a constituent doesn't agree with, isn't on the same page with the elected official for that district, right? Then what you see in a lot of places, for example, in Miami-Dade County, a lot of action is deferred to the council member, for the district in which whatever project is happening, right? And so I think it serves everyone. I mean, in my particular case, I would have probably been the council member for Hope Reynolds' district, and I know she would have been dissatisfied with my representation of her, right? So I would prefer having everyone be at large and having equal access and equal accountability to all of the electeds that sit up here and make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion items on the current motion?
Could we have the motion read now as it's going to be presented now?
Madam Clerk?
Yes. The motion from Commissioner Fernandez was to have the council shall consist of the mayor, and 4 at-large council members. And of course, he included what is in blue, which reads, effective with the election of November 2030, the council shall consist of the mayor and 4 at-large council members, period.
All right. Any other question? Any more discussion items? Is that sufficient, Mr. Ben? Real quick, okay, making sure you responded. Good.
Just for reference, with regards to the topic of participation and apathy, there may have been 2 seats that didn't draw any opposition, but there was a special election with 5 candidates on that one particular election. So there was, I just think that perhaps everyone jumped into that one race and then didn't have the funds to pursue a race that same year. But I still do think that there is an appetite for individuals to run.
All right. Any other discussions from any other commissioners? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call the motion. Is all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
So yes, the main motion as amended, Commissioner Abad,
No.
Commissioner Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Matos,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruano,
No.
Vice Chairman Inguanzo,
Yes.
Chairman Ley Soto.
Yes.
The motion passes as amended.
Thank you. All right. And so continuing on, now that we have that motion move forward, is now getting to anything else on 2.1? Anybody have any comments? All right. As I had alluded to during the last topic that we just discussed, I think we need to look at how council members are defined. And it's just for clarification purposes. I'm not trying to exclude anybody, but for clarity purposes, for how it is in the charter as I read it, it's very unclear because as the town attorney mentioned is that they had an issue at another municipality, and I think it raises issues for us. So I think we need to really think of how we're going to define it. Let me see real quick, I'm being provided a sample that we may be able to use. All right. So what I'd like to do is, as to the second sentence, where in that section 2.1, which reads, the council shall consist of the mayor and 6 at-large council members as described below, and then has the parentheses with the definition of council members. I would like to then restructure that sentence, town attorney, in the way that you show me a version that they have here. It would read that the council shall consist of 6 at-large council members, parentheses with parentheses parentheses with the definition or designation, and the mayor as described below. That way, the term council members is referring to simply the 6 at-large council members, and then the mayor is separated from that. And I think that helps clarify that aspect of it. And I'll say that that'd be the motion that I'm going to make, and I want to further.
Can you read it again, please?
Sure. The council shall consist of 6 at-large council members, then the parentheses with the designation council members, closed parentheses, and the mayor as described below.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just clarification, and or in addition to?
Well, that'll be the council shall consist of the 6 council members, and defining council members is going to be now council members in the parentheses and the mayor. And so it'll be the council shall consist of the mayor. So the mayor is a separate portion of the council, which is previously defined in the immediately.
All
preceding
right,
sentence.
so the mayor is not going to be considered a council member.
That's the proposal, correct?
Okay, all right. And I'm okay with that. You're just gonna have to give me time later on to go through the charter. And if we see that I've got to change something to make it consistent with that, we revisit it. But I'm okay with that if that's how you want to do it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna second your motion, but I do have a question though.
Absolutely. So there's been a second on the motion, so we're going to open it up now for discussion. And so we're going to have Commissioner Abad, and then we'll have Commissioner.
So this is my concern, and maybe I'm
Right.
misreading this. I just want clarification, right?
Sure.
So every time we strike a word, every time we make any little change, this has to go to the voters.
Yes, but this charter, the change that you have is not going to be on the ballot. In other words, they're not going to get this document with all the blue lines and red lines and everything else.
Right.
One of the things we're going to have to decide is how we break it up when they go to vote on it.
Through the chair.
Right.
Oh, hold on one second.
I mean,
Anything else?
You see, Gina, when we go to put it on the ballot, how are we going to do this mechanically? I guess that's his question.
The memory that I have of 10 years ago was that there was discussion, there were many motions made, and then the attorneys, your law firm, was able to draft legal language, considering all the motions that were made. And then that was presented to the town council as a report, which I think you all have, because I sent that information like 4 weeks ago for your benefit. And the council gave opinions. They approved it. And that's how the attorneys drafted the language and worked with the elections
no.
department.
Okay, that's somewhat accurate, but it's not completely, it's not inaccurate, but there's more to this. What you guys propose, vote on and adopt, the council does have to submit to the voters. They can't tweak it, they can't change it, they can't do anything like that. I think what Commissioner Abad is asking is, how does this get to the voters? In other words, they're not going to get to a ballot with all of this on it. That's not what they get. Let me get back to you, but we divided it up in a summary, in a sense, because the Commission of Elections will not let us put all of this on a
Actually, it
ballot.
was 10 questions
Right,
that were provided.
exactly.
So you
And-
drafted the language
Yeah. And
based on what you
Right.
all, well, not you, the previous commission voted on.
Yeah, I would,
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to go to
No.
the councilman.
It's to the point that how it gets on the ballot. So I think there's a maximum amount of words
exactly.
that can be used, and 75, is that right? So that's something that I guess you, as the attorneys, will have to figure out how to word it.
Yeah, believe me, we end up counting words.
but my concern is
Commissioner-
at the pace we're
Commissioner
going.
Letters.
I think it was
letters and
Commissioner
words.
Fernandez
Yeah,
and
A is a
Commissioner-
word. A is a word, and is a word.
Good. Commissioner Fernandez.
right. So my assumption would be that whatever changes get made that are associated with each other would be bundled into one item. So if we're changing it to 4 council members, then everywhere else that everything
Yeah.
that goes along with it being 4 council members goes along in that same item.
Yes. Yeah, in other words, I don't have to, do we change it to 4 council members in section, 2.2? Do we change it to 4 council members in 2.3? No. Is it changed to 4 council members, as the question?
I mean,
Commissioner Abad.
my concern is that we keep striking a word here and adding a word there. And if we keep doing this and everything has to go, we may end up with a ballot of 20 different items or 30 items.
You're not in.
As a voter, I have been at the ballot box with those, and you lose interest pretty quickly, when you get so many changes.
And so I'll go to you in just a second, Commissioner Bennett. So just to quickly respond is the way I foresee it, and look, I understand. I'm like, people may say I'm nitpicking and looking at every single little thing, but this is what I do. And I think words are very important, especially in our charter. There's a reason why the United States Constitution has been amended, 28 times. Those are 28 amendments because it wasn't actually perfect, but it is near perfect. It is the most perfect constitution in the entire world. And I really appreciate it. 27, with a few repealed. Yes. And, but nonetheless, I just want to make sure that our terminology that we use, and I'm going to defer obviously to the town attorneys on how they draft those language and they put it together, because I think you can put a lot of those cleaning up type of language. The state legislature does it often. Every single time they go into session, they have these cleanup bills that are not going to anything really substantive. And there's a way that they can formulate the questions within the 75-word limit that'll be able to capture it. That'll be fair and advise them, hey, look, this is what we're simply doing. We're just doing some cleanup. But I do strongly feel that it is important that we clean up this language, as the town attorney had expressed that there's been issues at other municipalities when the terminology isn't correctly used throughout the entire charter. So that's my intent of why I want to go forward. So Commissioner Bennett.
First of all, he reads my mind, because exactly what he said is what comes up. What we did historically is we mulled over each section. We gave the general idea to our town attorney, and we requested them to put it in legalese ballot questions. We asked them to go ahead and clean it up for us, but with make sure, and then before those questions were approved for the ballot, and that was a mail-in ballot that time, it wasn't you go to the ballot, it was mail-in. We would go ahead then and then parse, or at least we would vote on the question being included on the ballot. That's part of what we do once we get it into question format. What we're trying to do now, as our chair says, is we're cleaning up based on one section. It will affect other sections automatically. Can we compress this? I think we set a limit of 10 questions at max. I think we have to decide what 10 questions we want to ask the voters on their charter. And if we can condense all of these things into a single 10, each little paragraph to be voted on, that's efficient. But we have to decide which of these things are so important that we want changes on. For example, the amendment that was just passed will go before the voters, and our town attorney will go ahead and draft the appropriate question for us to vote on if we find that the wording is what we want as a commission.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, and I'll further expand on that is, like, I believe I had said this either at the first or the second meeting as well, is that, I think with our purposes of our motions is what we're intending on having the changes and more the specifics. And then that the attorneys are going to, like you just said, put together the final document as to all of our questions. Maybe they'll be able to condense a lot of these motions together and say, hey, look, they have a common theme, or they have some, whatever from a legal perspective. I've never been involved in that aspect, so I'm going to definitely defer to them on that piece. But they'll be able to say, hey, look, you guys had these 5 motions. We can capture it with this one question that'll be presented. That'll then come to all of us. Like you said, happened at the last one, from what I understand. And then we'll be voting on the final question. So hopefully, we're not going to have a 50-page, ballot. I really don't want to go there. But that's why, our attorneys are very astute and very bright individuals that'll be able to capture our thoughts and ideas and condense them down in a way that is going to be very understandable. So what our motions are going to be here is really to give them the ability to them formulate what questions and how they can condense them down, and how they're going to be proposing the eventual questions that we're then going to take a look at anew and ensure that we're capturing what it is that we want to send out to the voters.
And we just want to make sure there's no compound questions on the ballot. It has to be basically direct, up, yes or no, up or down.
That's
It
why
can't
the
be
lawyer.
I know it, but I'm hoping that's how it works. It's just compound questions are one of those no-nos.
Sure. It's hard to do a compound question to a lawyer in 75 words. I can guarantee you that.
Or 75 words is an abbreviation.
That's the introduction paragraph, introduction sentence. So any other discussions on the motion? All right, I'm going to call it all in favor of the motion. Say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, anything else on section 2.1?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
think that the second part of that paragraph that I shared with you is important as well, because there's a point in times where, since you're all part of the legislative body, there should be another word for how you're going to call each other. So
I think that was, okay, because I think that's the council, which is in the first sentence of our current charter.
Okay.
The current council has that as the It's defined as the council, and since, the way I would read it, and please give me your opinion on it, I'd like to hear it, is the council is obviously going to be defined as everybody,
Mm-hmm.
because the second is what divvies up what the council is comprised of. And then we have the 6 at-large, since there's 6 individuals, now they're referred to collectively as the council members. And since the mayor is one singular individual, I don't believe that we need to have a definition for mayor since it's only singular.
I'm looking at that
That's the way
section
I'm
just
reading
to,
it.
I mean, we can brush it up later. I want to make that point, but you're saying that that's in section 1?
In 2.1, no, in section 2.1, the first sentence. It says there shall be a town council and is defined as the council vested with all legislative powers of the town. And then the second sentence would read, the council shall consist of the 6 at-large council members, defining council members, and the mayor as described below. So you have
I
the
understand.
council members, you have the mayor, and they comprise together collectively the
council.
entire council.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, for the non-attorneys, just so that I'm also on the same page. The council is the council members and the mayor. The council members are everyone but the mayor, correct? Okay,
In what we propose, yes.
yes,
We've
perfect.
approved. All right, anything else on section 2.1? All right, so we're gonna go now to section 2.2. Commissioner or Councilman Fernandez, would you like to provide your proposal that you want to submit for our recommendation?
Yes. So, excuse me. So the mayor typically includes both, but looks like 2 separate addresses. So in regards to, and my vision is so bad, but the first section there under A, it just, because it's usually included in one address, that we would just remove the budget address.
Do you want to present all,
Oh, you want me to do them all?
2.2A at least, or,
Okay, I'll go.
and then we can discuss.
Okay, yeah. So in regards to the next section, let's see, so the committee,
A2. A Roman.
A2, right. So committees are free of council members. So that's the point of crossing out that part of it. So we wouldn't have any council members on the committees, right? And then we can,
Just a point of clarification, as I'm reading that, is just that there just wouldn't be voting members. It's not that they wouldn't be part of committees, it's just that they're, the way that what you've proposed to us. Am I reading that
no,
correctly?
I
or is
think,
the intent
no, I
that they
think that they would
be-
not be part of any committees at all,
Okay, so you're, okay.
right?
That's slightly different than what
Yeah,
this says,
what's
though,
written, yeah.
because this says shall not include, and the amended is members of the council as voting members,
That's
which
what it states.
infers or
That they
implies
could
that
be part
it
of.
could be, like you are with this body.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So then my notes are incorrect, but yes. So it would just be non-voting members.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. And then I think, do I go on?
Sure, just, well, you have, I think you have a proposal
Right.
at the end.
My vision's so bad.
Yeah.
Vice Chair and
Do you want to
Secretary.
look at mine? It's a little larger.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, and there's.
Yeah, try both, see what happens.
Oh, my God, I could see. Thank you.
Let there be light.
I probably look hilarious with these on, but that's fine. I could see. So, in regard to, yeah, so in a vice chair and secretary, it's just not in the charter is what my notes say.
Yes. Okay.
So do you want me to move on, go
Yeah,
on?
let's just do the entire section A.
Okay.
Of what you're recommending. We'll go.
So then, the next one, this shall not preclude the town administration and staff from dealing with other government entities. I guess in the past, it was difficult for the members of staff to be able to reach county, FDOT, FDOT, or the school board because the way it was written. So it would it kind of limited them as to, their daily, the whatever they have to do to contact other entities outside of this municipality, and it was difficult for them to do so. So that is why that is included there. And then the last one is effective with the election.
Hold We'll go to B right after.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
so that's
I
it.
want to,
for-
yeah, I want to take them chunked, but
I get it.
let's go,
Okay.
stick with it.
Thank you.
There you go. You can read.
Thank you.
All right, so now I'll open up to any items that the commission members would like to propose. 2A, yes.
I mean,
And
my only concern is based on, well, on 2.2A subsection 1, I'm assuming the word budget was excluded. I'm assuming that was a typo. Because on the original chart, it says that the mayor shall present the state of the town and budget annually. So what you're proposing says state of the town and annual. So the fact that the word is skipped, I'm assuming it's just a typo, right?
Yes.
There's no intent to make any changes. So going back to 2.2A subsection 3, or 2, I'm sorry. I mean, if what the council, what you're recommending is that the council members should be appointed to committees, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, and that's the way I'm reading it. Whether they're voting members or non-voting members, I'm all for council members attending committee meetings and showing support for the committee, but to be actually part of the committee, I don't think that's something we should be getting into.
And I agree with you there. I'm sorry, through the chair. May I
Yes,
respond
sure,
to him?
good, sorry.
So I think included in these committees, I think would be something like this, where we would have to have specific language if we were going to allow a council member to be represented here on this commission, right? I guess we would have to define that. But I agree with you in regard to committees themselves. I don't think any council member should belong to the committee.
Yeah, hold on one second. So I'm getting a point of order from our town attorney. So we don't have a current motion. So if there's, I know that we're trying to get some clarification on some of the presentations from Councilman Fernandez. I don't know if anybody has a specific motion, and if we want to take them like line by one, like A1, 2.2A1, if we want to address that, and then we want to move to each one. I'm fine with hearing from anybody that wants to make a motion on each one.
I'll make a blanket motion to accept the changes proposed in 2.2A, subject to discussion and amendments that will arise.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on that motion?
Yes, I want to make sure that we're still going line by line. He just said 2A, which means we're going to adopt all of these changes in one vote.
Well, I
That's
think
not
what
what he
his
intended,
motion
right?
was is contingent, he's moved for discussion purposes and subject to any type of amendments to clarify any of
Okay.
those
Yeah,
individual.
just to put us in the proper posture, and then we can
discuss.
definitely go through it line by line.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, that was a technical problem. I agree. Okay.
No, I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Okay, seeing no other discussion, all in favor, or we have the first and second, so I'm opening for discussion now, sorry.
Okay. Let me start. So
Sure.
just checking. So what you want is the mayor to present base state of the town. And of course, the budgetary information is usually done by the town manager anyways, I'm assuming. So, I mean, once again, the state of the town, he can state, how the town is progressing with no problem. As far as the budget address, I'm not sure what's the issue with that. I mean, the state of the town just tells you, is the town doing well or not doing well? The budget address, if anything, is going to be done in a council meeting with the town manager giving the annual budgetary report. And of course, that's televised also, anybody who's interested in that. So I don't see a problem with that being, simplified to remove the budget information, because the actual expert on the budget is our town manager anyways. So I don't see an issue with that. Let me stop there, and then when you go to the next section, that'll be fine.
Just a quick point of clarification, you don't see an issue with removing the information? in the
Correct,
language, or?
removing the term budget address.
Okay, no, I
Basically,
just want to make sure that that's what you were
Yeah,
fine, or
the-
that you were fine with what was originally. So
correct, yeah.
You're okay
The
with?
mayor shall
rem-
present state of the town annually.
Thank
I have no problem with that. Because as I said, the budget information, the expert of that is our town manager, not the mayor. So,
Okay,
So I'll amend my original motion to remove the words "and" budget address as a.
okay, there's a motion to amend that A1. There's a second by Commissioner Ruano. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now we're back to the original motion that includes the deletion of add budget addresses. Is there any other discussion on A, Roman 1? Okay, so we'll move on to A, Roman 2. The language there. Is there any discussion?
Once again, I'm sorry. All right.
No, go
so
for it.
The issue I think here is these committees funded by the town council. If they're funded by the town council, obviously there might be a conflict with the budgeting, having a voting member of the town council on that committee. I mean, obviously, one of the conflicts is the commission, the council member can go in and vote for $50,000 budget for this particular committee that he's on, that now he can control individually. So that's something that, yeah, as far as that's concerned, I do see a conflict there. I'm not sure how to clean up the language. I'm gonna let smarter people than me clean up the language. I don't see that. That problem I see, basically, that the budgetary need might be, again, controlled by council members.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm
It
gonna,
says shall not.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The language is that they shall not include members of the council as voting members. So it would not include, yeah, the proposed change would be that they shall not have members of the council as voting members. So they wouldn't have, I don't believe it that conflict that you were alluding to would necessarily apply with the way the language reads currently.
So I'd like to offer an amendment based on a point that was brought up earlier. I would like to remove the section that starts with as voting members and just leave it that committees of the council shall not include members of the council.
I'll second it.
All right, is there a second?
I second it.
Oh, second, we have Commissioner Abad second. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I mean, if we are gonna remove those three words, and I think it stays the same as it is on the charter right now. So I don't really see any other difference, perhaps.
No, I the way that, you know, and I'll defer to the town attorneys, but the way I read it is that in the original language is may include non-council members was what that stated. Now it changes the intent of the language now that we're explicitly excluding members of the council, period, on committees.
Yeah, it strikes me, and there's other people in the room that can speak to the original intent a little bit better than I can, but it strikes me that the original intent was that the committees could be comprised of council members, or that the council members could designate somebody else to serve as a council member. And I don't, in practice, I don't think anybody does that. I think almost everybody had, full-time dedicated committee members that they would appoint, and none of the council members served on the committees. And I think it's much better the way that it's being done in practice, and I would want that to be memorialized in the charter going forward.
Any other discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Manager Peterman.
Yep, to Commissioner Tony Fernandez's point, the restriction and the way it's currently done, that limitation is embedded into the council's special rules of order. What this charter language does, I believe, is it mimics what's already there and what the practice is, what's already in the special rules of order.
Thank you, Manager Peterman. And with that explanation, I think and I'll ask for the town attorney if I'm incorrect in stating what it seems we're doing is would include what's already in practice as a rule of procedure. Now we're codifying it in through the charter, which would make it impossible for any subsequent council to ever change that in the interim, unless the next Charter Review Commission believes that they want to change it at that point. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is there any other further discussion? Any questions from the town attorneys?
Can I hear the motion as we're voting on that part now?
The amended motion would be to adopt the language in 2.2 A Roman 2, striking out the words as voting members as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So hearing no further discussion, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes as amended. We're back on the main motion. Anything else to discuss in 2.2 A2? No? All right, we're going to move forward to 2.2A3. There was no edits there. 2.2A4, the language that is there. Is there any discussion items? Sure.
Through,
Commissioner Ruano.
through the,
Councilwoman.
thank you. Through the chair, as I'm reading it, right, the idea is to allow other council members and even staff members to be intergovernmental liaisons. And I think that for practical purposes, that can get a little messy. The ideal thing is for the council to give a directive to the mayor and for him to serve that purpose. And it may not always happen that way, but I'm not sure if this language makes it incredibly difficult to conduct business with other government agencies when everyone who has a different opinion can approach these agencies and perhaps have a different agenda. So it's just a little food for thought. I'm not sure if that would get messy.
All right,
So-
so I'm going to go to Councilman Fernandez. I believe you had a comment, and then I'm going to go Fernandez and then Bennett.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Inguanzo because he actually serves, works at a municipality. But I think the intent here was not necessarily the council members to be able to represent the town with intergovernmental affairs. I think it was that the staff members have the authority or the option to do it. So you guys discuss it.
Councilman Fernandez, thank you. I was gonna address that as well. The way I read this really alludes to the town manager and or staff.
Yes, my mistake. It does not say council members.
But I believe the mayor should, of course, be the lead,
Yes.
you know, from the government, on the dais anyway. But I think what may have happened in the past was that because the charter references the mayor does it, it precluded perhaps the town manager and or his designee from having the ability to have those meetings or conversations. I think this clarifies that, in many instances, it's really the town manager or the administration that's really doing that work with other government entities. So this clarifies that, in my opinion.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Correct. Yeah, my thought process was along those lines. So I'm rereading it in that context. The only part that I'm struggling with a little bit is, so I think maybe the original intent was to have that singular voice, right? Be it the mayor, be it the manager, be it somebody. And as I think Councilwoman Toronto can attest to, the mayor and the manager don't necessarily always have they're not necessarily rowing in the same direction all the time. Not this current mayor and manager, every mayor and manager, in the history of town. So I am a little concerned about what that might do when the mayor may have one direction and the manager may have a competing direction, and now that other agency is getting direction from both or input from both. I'm still digesting that. I'm not offering any changes right now, but that might be something I might want to come back to in the
Thank you,
future.
Commissioner Fernandez.
How about,
Just what I'm going to be suggesting some language change, on a motion to modify the language that I think may be able to help out. But I want to go to Commissioner Bennett and then I'll come over to the town attorney.
Okay, back to what we are. We are a council manager form of government. The council comes up with what they want directed, goes directly to the manager verbatim. The manager then basically implements what's being done. This will give the manager the ability to have Tony, the assistant manager, do the direct communication with an intergovernmental agency. That's how I'm reading this. So as long as the council gives explicit instructions what they want the manager to do, there shouldn't be any conflict. Whether the manager agrees or not is irrelevant if the council member have voted on it, what they want to do. So his job as manager is to carry out the will of the council.
Right. And my thought process before that was adding something to the effect of as directed by the council. That was the gist of, I just didn't know if those were going to be the words, or I think the chair might have you know, more lawyery, substantial language to offer. So I'm not gonna.
I'm not on the clock, so don't worry.
There you.
Good, but the town attorney, he is.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Sure.
Well, while he's ruminating, as I said,
All right,
he's
what I was
ruminating.
thinking was in the blue sentence, the mayor, it says the mayor, let me start again. The mayor shall be the official designated to represent the town in all dealings with other governmental entities. That's what the charter says. Then you want to add, this shall not preclude the town administration and staff from dealing. Think you might be better off with communicating.
That was
Staff
kind of
from
where I was
communicating,
gonna come to.
right, with other governmental entities for day-to-day operations. Now, if you want to add as directed by the council, but then it becomes cumbersome because now he's got to come back every time he wants to make a call over to the, you know, chief traffic signal guy or whatever at the county. But if you put in communicating, I think that.
So
makes a
what I was
difference.
going to propose, instead of communicating, I was going to have conducting. And so the motion that I was going to make, and it would be, and I want to, we can have a discussion, we can amend it if necessary, was to rewrite that this shall not preclude the town administration and staff from conducting day-to-day operations with other governmental entities.
Operations or communications?
I put from conducting day-to-day operations, because then and that was my intent, but I'm open to amending that, other type of language, but I think it's just, so it's what the town administration and staff is doing is conducting day-to-day operations rather than representing the town, which is the intent of the initial sentence.
Right.
So that's my motion, is to have that, to rewrite the sentence in that format.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
You get to pick Madam Clerk who you want to the second.
I just like to hear the sentence finally,
Sure.
finally expressed.
Yeah, so I'll reread it again. This shall not preclude the town administration and staff from conducting day-to-day operations with other governmental entities, period. And so we have a motion, we have a second, so we'll open up for discussion.
So I think this is better. It's clear because many times there are department heads that might be in communication with the county or other municipalities. This gives them the opportunity to do that. If it doesn't include the town staff and administration, the mayor or the manager isn't going to handle each and every one of those things. Needs to be brought.
And I'm just for the record, matter of the record, the reason why I use the day-to-day operations, my opinion, it distinguishes it from representing the town, and the operations is what the town manager and their staff do. They handle the day-to-day operations rather than representing, as I see this more of, the representing the town. He's going to be the face of the town with other governmental entity. He's the one that is going to first and foremost be the first face in either Tallahassee, other municipal entities going before the Board of County Commissioners. He's doing that representation, but this wouldn't preclude the town administration from, as Commissioner Matos had referred to, conducting the day-to-day operations, talking to, if we're sharing water rights or if there's any of those questions, any of these questions regarding the bridge comes up, the mayor's not, is not going to be the one that has to be called every single time, because those are just operational. He's going to, represent, hey, look, this is what the town position is. If he has to go to the city of Hialeah, say Hialeah Gardens or any other issues, he's going to be that face at that point. He can obviously bring town managers and staff to do that piece of it. And that was the reason why I selected this language, just for clarification for the record.
Collaborating is a better word.
Any other, sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just, I'm thinking it through, right? And so when I'm looking at all this language, I'm also thinking as a lawyer as far as litigation in the future and conflicts. So operations comes to mind, maybe signing agreements and certain things like that. And I just want to make a friendly suggestion. Why don't we use the word maybe communicate and collaborate? Because when we're talking about other agencies, we're not doing anything operationally. We need to communicate, we need to collaborate, we need to do things within the authority that council has already provided. It's just a thought.
So what you're suggesting / recommending is that we replace the word conducting with communicate and collaborate.
When you say instead of operations, say to communicate and collaborate.
Okay, so take out the entire, so instead of conducting day-to-day operations, have it communicate and collaborate with other governmental entities.
So should not preclude the town administration staff from, right, communicating and collaborating with other governmental entities.
And should we limit that to the particular item that the council brought to the manager to take care of? Or is this something just, like I said, the Hialeah water plant shut down and we don't have to have the mayor, to,
The problem if you make it come back to the council, you got to notice it. They have to discuss it and everything else. And if there's a stoplight or, a traffic crosswalk light that needs to be fixed, you don't want the manager having to.
No, I understand that. Those are managerial issues. I'm just want to make sure that the broad strokes, if we're going to enter into an interlocal agreement,
Well, he can't sign those. Those the mayor has to sign.
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
why I want to make sure this language doesn't all of a sudden give him the ability to enter into contracts.
So
Yeah, no.
through the-
Communicate and
what I-
collaborate.
So I'm gonna I think I'm gonna have a
Can I just say something really quick?
another motion.
We've got to we got to understand the place where we're at this time. In the section that we're talking about of the charter, we're talking about the mayor and vice mayor. So this limitation is we want to make sure that whatever power the mayor has is not precluding the manager from doing his job. So
That's true. Thank you for
Of
that.
course, then we're going to
clarification.
have to modify the managerial section too, I'm assuming, right?
we'll get there.
We'll get there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
This is with step by steps. Baby steps, and I hope we take larger steps soon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do another motion. I know we have one pending motion, but this is going to, I want to have a motion to modify my original motion so it'll read, this shall not preclude the town administration and staff from communicating and collaborating with other governmental entities. And the motion is to replace this sentence with what was previously proposed in the original motion.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion on this? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Motion passes. Now we're on to the original motion now to incorporate this to replace what was originally proposed to be, this shall not preclude the town administration and staff from communicating and collaborating with other governmental entities as the main motion from, I believe it was Commissioner Fernandez. Is there any discussion on that now that we're on on that semi-main motion? I don't even know what's referred to. Yes. Intermediate motion. I like that. See, you are good. You taught me. Appreciate it. Any further discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. So we're now finished up with A4. Any other discussions on A4?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question on A.
22A?
Yep.
All right. Any further questions or any further discussion on the entirety of 22A? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now let's go to the 2.2B. Councilman Fernandez, do you want to propose?
This one's simple. Because we don't have a meeting typically, the council doesn't hold a meeting typically in December. Choosing the vice mayor makes more sense to be held in January, so we don't have to hold a special call meeting.
All right. Is anyone have a proposal or any other matters or any recommendations, motions as to 2.2B?
I actually do. So it seems to me that the vice mayor is just as ceremonial as the mayor, right? When it
Sorry?
comes to the position of vice mayor, it's just a ceremonial position, just as well. So watching meetings online, coming and watching them here, it's become a debate over the last few years of, who should be appointed vice mayor, right? Should it be based on seniority? How should it be? I'm concerned that at times it becomes very political. That position is very political without it needing it to be. So I would like to make a motion to amend 2.2B of the town charter to add new language at the very end, which states that to be eligible to serve as vice mayor, a council member must have served a minimum of 1 year in office. No council member appointed to fill a vacancy shall be eligible to serve as vice mayor. A council member cannot be elected vice mayor for consecutive terms. And then we can add what you wanted at the end, effective with the election to be held November 2028. At the January regular council meeting each year, the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor.
Okay, just Madam Clerk, do you need him to repeat that?
So I'll keep it to the simple. So I just wanted to add language at the very end that says to be eligible to serve as vice mayor,
Let's take that in chunks so that we make sure she can get that.
a council.
Sorry.
You want me to slow down?
For me purposely?
No, I know she's writing.
Madam Clerk?
So,
You can walk it over too.
you want me to walk it over?
That would be great. If you have it drafted, that would be great.
But I need it back.
For the sake of expediency.
There you go. Don't ask me to repeat it because I don't have it in front of me, so.
So I'll read it into the record. Motion, to be eligible to serve as vice mayor, a council member must have served a minimum of 1 year in office. No council member appointed to fill a vacancy shall be eligible to serve as vice mayor. Period. A council member cannot be elected vice mayor for consecutive terms.
And then I think he added also the
Yes.
language from the
And
effective.
then effective with the election to be held on November 2028 at the January regular council meeting, each year the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor.
And that is the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion and I have some.
Okay, so
some
we have a
comments.
second. We'll go ahead with the discussion. Go ahead, Councilman or Commissioner Fernandez.
Perfect. I think there might be another way that I think accomplishes the intent that you're looking for. I want to say it might be Surfside. It's one of the cities in the northeastern part of the county. What they do is so mid cycle to those terms, they put it on the ballot. So they have a ballot item along with whatever other council seats are being elected, and all of the sitting council members that will be on the council for the next term can be chosen by the electors to be the vice mayor for a 2-year term, right? So I think it gets to the same place because it would have to be a sitting council member. They would have to have been on the council for 1 term already. I think it checks off most of those boxes. Just wanted to put that out there because that was something that I was going to suggest, but I'm perfectly okay with what you suggested as well.
Sure. I'm going to go with Vice Chair Nguyen's and then we'll go with Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, just as an alternate, because I know, for example, the city of Miami Beach and several other cities do it this way as well. So given that the role of the vice mayor really is to, fill the void left by the mayor if need be. For example, Miami Beach, during that 2-year period from one election to another, they actually have a rotating schedule, right? So every 4 months within that 2-year period, one of the council members gets to serve as vice mayor. So it kind of takes the politics out of it a little bit, and it just automatically, based on, whatever, in their case, district they're assigned, every member of the council within a 2-year period gets to be serve in the role as vice mayor. And it takes away the issue of who should serve for a whole year as vice mayor.
I like that a whole lot better, actually.
All right, I think would be a different motion because it's different language. I'm going to go with Bennett and then we'll go to Commissioner Ruano and then I'm coming to Council.
Okay, obviously, I think I see it, what their intent is. If we go to a mayor and 4 at-large seats, well, what happens, the most senior person is for a year and then the next one is for a year until all 4. And eventually, once again, everyone will be, during their 4-year term, will be vice mayor at least for 1 year. Am I interpreting that wrong?
Mr. Chair,
Go
if I
back
may, just to clarify,
Vice Chair.
in that case, Dr. Bennett, you would have a 2-year period, right? So if you've got 4 at large, that means that each one would serve for a 6-month period, within that 2-year period, because you got to look at it from one election to the next election. And since we have an election here every 2 years, correct? then you're really dealing with a 2-year period from one election to the next.
So he would, so the vice mayor would serve for 2 years, not 1 year.
No, in
6
this
months?
case, each of the 4 council members would serve for 6 months each within that 2-year period.
During that time. Okay, and is it, what determines who does the first term?
Well,
Is it
in
gonna
Miami
be
Beach, they do
seniority?
they do it by district, so I'm not quite sure here how.
We
you
have no
classify-
districts.
Not
We're all at
district,
large.
but every council member
think this is
represents.
seat numbers.
A seat
Seat numbers.
right. So it would go, if, I assume that if there's 4,
Well, seat numbers are left over from the districts. They're all at large now, so.
Yeah, they still have seat numbers.
The way that they're staggering elections.
Okay, well, all right. I mean, I want to hear the
I
rest
think
of
we're
it,
gonna
but
continue with discussions.
yeah,
So-
okay.
So Commissioner Morano.
Thank you. So as one of the only sitting council members that was never vice mayor, I'm going to quote my niece on this one. It's not that serious. It's a ceremonial role, and it really is someone that works very closely with the mayor, because as Commissioner Inguanzo said, it really is the person that takes up the space when the mayor is not available to attend or the mayor cannot perform his duties. And I remember in recent history, I think that one of the best examples was Mayor Manny Sid and Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez, where it was seamless. The events were seamless. When one could not attend, the other one was always present. So there was good communication, and the town was not left without representation. So even though, I had my run with, the political aspect of never being chosen for vice mayor for political reasons, I still do think that the way that the town does it is the best way to do it. And does it become a little political sometimes? It does, but you need to have that camaraderie and that cohesiveness between those two individuals, because not only the two individuals, but the majority of the council has to, get along with this person, or, want this person to be the representative, because it for just practical purposes, it just seems to me that this is not a part of the charter that we need to fix, because I don't really think that it's that big a deal.
Councilman Fernandez.
I agree with Commissioner Ruano, and I wanted to add something we can think about, especially when running the meetings. As chair of the meeting, there may be, and if you rotate that position, there may be some council members that aren't that may not be that well versed with that part, the procedural, and so we're going to have somebody that may not be able to run the meetings efficiently, and that can cause an issue. So if we just rotate them, it may not be the right thing.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos.
I was just trying to think if we had ever had the vice mayor on the ballot since we were incorporated. I don't think we ever did we? It's always been the way it's been. I don't think it's necessary that becomes a balloted item.
All right. And so I'll close it. Oh,
Yeah,
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'd like to offer my perspective as being one of the people that was on the other side of my colleagues' lack of vice mayorship, for lack of a better term, right? I think there's a lot of important issues that we as a council are tasked to deal with, and I think in my particular case, that entire experience being politicized was a gigantic waste of time. It was a distraction, so much so that it's a distraction right now in this conversation. And rather than us moving to the next topic of discussion, we're talking about a majority ceremonial role, obviously with the exception of, which got called into action in this town's history, unfortunately, when there is a vacancy due to the mayor's inability to perform their duties, right? So it's largely it's the most important thing you hope you'll never use, right? I think the fact that politics gets dragged into it is distracting to the operation of the town. I would prefer, and I think you make excellent points about the camaraderie and the cohesiveness. But I think if there's a way to take that entire process of the council choosing out of the equation and makes it something that's set in stone, and there's a procedure and everybody knows what's going into it, I think it's better for everyone involved.
Thank you. I just have one point of clarification is as to, and this will go to Councilman Fernandez, since you were the one that had, that had made the recommendation, is as to that second sentence, is what was the rationale again by changing it from the first council meeting in November to now have it, and then starting in November 2028 to the January council meeting? What was the rationale behind that again? If you can remind us.
Because since we don't have a meeting in December, speaking
Sure,
to the
okay,
record,
yeah.
yes, since we don't have a meeting in December typically, there has to be a special call meeting called in January, and that would just avoid it. Right?
But well, the
Sure,
the
yeah.
reason was because the way the language currently says, it says the first council meeting in the month of November, which my understanding would. Well, let me ask you this: is it possible? I think I'm seeing. I'm just kind of reading tea leaves.
Is it,
Is
would
it
would the
because
election interfere with
the
that?
runoffs, the potential runoffs that could go, that'll push it?
That's exactly it.
That aspect of it. Got it.
And the certification of the elections, the elections department sometimes takes 2 or 3 weeks following the date of the election for certifying the results of the election.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. And so let me give you my 2 cents is, I struggle with the first, with the whole sentence, but listening to, my fellow commission members, especially those that have sat and been in that position, I'm not really receptive to the first, and no offense, to the first sentence, including that, because I think it just causes a little bit of confusion in that, and especially how they've explained it, and adding qualifications, at least into the charter aspect of it, because then we're bound with it for at least the next 10 years, subject to the next Charter Revision Commission, making their determination of how they want to move forward. But, I can understand the reason for the second part of the language. So I would like to make a motion to address your initial motion. It would be to delete that first sentence and remain with the proposed language of the effective with the election held in November 2028 at the January regular council meeting. Each year, the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor. And that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion on that?
Yeah,
It's just bringing down the motion to have just one line.
Correct. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Basically, yeah, we moved to January because obviously elections may not be determined by the first council meeting in November, which is understandable. It doesn't invest any additional powers to the vice mayor. It seems like I'm in favor of something like that. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Right. Any other discussion? Sure. My motion is to, taking the first motion that was initially, that we're still pending. My motion would be to eliminate that first sentence that was added and remain with the second sentence, which starts with what's written on the proposal from Councilman Fernandez, that effective with the election to be held on November 2028 at the January regular council meeting each year, the council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor. That would be my motion to amend the earlier motion. Did you capture that, Madam Clerk? Okay, I just want to make sure that we had.
Figure out the stripes.
It would, yeah, what it would do, it would eliminate the additional language that was proposed, or that Commissioner Abad had proposed, and remain with that second language that was recommended by Councilman Fernandez.
So
As
are
you're
you-
going,
so is that you're proposing for where I started to be eligible all the way through the fact, the consecutive terms. You're asking to strike that, right?
correct, yeah, adding, what I'm asking is my motion is to strike those, because those would be additional conditions as to eligibility to become vice mayor. I don't think it's necessary, especially in light of the discussion that is, this is very ceremonial. I don't think we need to be so prescriptive within the charter. I think that the commission, if the council would like to at their, and their day-to-day, if they want to set their own little internal procedure or they want to set an ordinance, they can, and that's easier modified than having the charter, which wouldn't be revised if this is obviously approved by the voters until in another 10 years. Not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't think I'm not really in favor of having it as the charter, so that within the charter. So that's my motion. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, anything else? All right, seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion? All opposed?
No.
Can we get a poll?
Yes, we're gonna, Madam Clerk, can you get a poll?
Councilmember Matos.
Yes.
Councilmember, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Matos voted yes. Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Bennett?
No.
Commissioner Abad?
No.
Commissioner Ruano?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Inguanzo?
Yes.
Chairman Lay Soto?
Yes.
The amendment passes.
All right, thank you. So going back to the original motion, which would be to pretty much ratify what the last motion was, is that to amend section 2.2B to include the language effective with the election to be held in November 2028 at the January regular council meeting each year. The council shall elect one of its members as vice mayor. Is there any further discussion on that addition of that language? All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? One opposition? Okay.
Noted.
All right. Anything else in section 2.2? All right, well, we're going to move to section 2.3. All right, Councilman Fernandez, if you'd like to discuss your proposed recommendations and proposals.
Thank you, Chair. So really, the language that's there that's being striked, is that a word? Strike?
Yeah, stricken.
Stricken?
Yeah, and let's do this time, let's just do with A, and then we'll take it one by one.
Okay, this is just, it's obsolete because it speaks to the first election, so we don't need that language there.
And then you have additional language that comes in at the end of A.
Through the chair to the attorney, what is, so language like that only applies to things shortly after incorporation, is that supposed to stay in the charter? Is that supposed to get?
I mean, when you take a look at other charters, I mean, it's just language, it's carryover and it stays there. Obviously, if you feel that it's confusing and you wish to have to clean it out, then maybe that's something that we can look at and how we would frame the question so that it can be done uniformly.
I would prefer to make a motion that we strike, or we have the attorneys come back with a list of items that are only applicable to activities that the town undertook shortly after incorporation or post-incorporation related activities, and bring forth language in an item that removes them all, rather than try to do that piecemeal.
So I'll do the analysis, but there might be language, and I'm thinking of one right now, maybe dealing with like the land development code, where we took things provisionally from Miami-Dade County that should probably still be in the charter, but I'll address those. I can do that exercise for you.
And I don't think we necessarily need a motion on that. I think it's a request from the town attorney to go through, and I think it's a variety, and I wouldn't limit it to just what was from near or at incorporation, because I think there's some language here that even from the last charter that was meant to incorporate some of the changes then that just really aren't applicable. So I think it's more cleanup language and making sure everything, and I think that's what we want, and we can obviously address it article by article, so that way you're not doing the entire charter for the next meeting. But having it for us in advance so we can take a review, I think, that's a very, very good point taken. So is there any motion, at least for the initial part of A, which is what I see, because I think the second part was adding language that was being recommended.
Yes.
And that's what I was alluding to. If you want to go ahead and that.
Yeah, so the second part, and yeah, it actually just it makes reference to the part of the transition that would need to take place if the voters were to vote for the 5 seats versus what's presently the charter 7 seats. So do you want me to read it and specify? I mean, it's there, but it's just part of the transition that it would make sense
Yeah,
to add
we'll-
this.
We'll read the recommendation that you have, just for the record.
Okay, so for the election to be held in November 2028, the council member elected in seat number 5 shall only be elected to serve for a period of 2 years until 2030. In November 2030, council seat number 5 shall be abolished. Want me to go on?
No, let's go with A right now, and I understand there's B, so that way we just take one at a time. Is there any motion on that? If not, I can make, I was going to make a motion. This would keep it in line with the decision that we've made at the top. However, I would modify the language to an extent, is for the election to be held in November 2028. The council member elected in seat, or I'm sorry, let me start all over. For the election to be held in November 2028, seat 5 shall be abolished. In November 20, or period, and then in November 2030, it'll end there. So it's abolishing seat 5, and so that way there isn't a 2-year, you don't have someone that's going to be running for a 2-year, and then because, and I'll give well, let me leave it at that first as to the motion, and we can discuss.
Mr. Chair, can I interject just a quick point?
Well, let me hold on one second, because there's a pending motion. Let me see if there's going to be a second for discussion or further. There's a second for discussion. Go ahead, Manager Peterman.
Yeah, by doing that, you end up with, for 2 years, you end up with a 6-member council until 2030, when you would be abolishing another seat.
Sure. Let me give a clarification now that we have it for discussion. The rationale, what I was thinking in my mind is, when you then have a 2-year period of someone serving a 2-year period, now we're getting into issues of the term of office, the way it's defined on those limitations, because those are specifying 4-year terms. And so you could run into an issue where a person has served one term as a 4-year, now they've served a second term, and now they're going into a 4-year. If they get reelected, if it's the same individual, and the way that it's, when we're looking into the other subsequent portions, it wouldn't be 2 consecutive 4-year terms. So you could have somebody that could potentially continue on for many other years beyond that. And that's where that was the intent of why I made the proposal. Give me one second. I think, Manager, did you have something you want to follow up with? Manager Peterman?
No, I just wanted to state, having a 6-member board or council for a period of time would be complicated. We can come up with language, if you'd like, to recommend to you for the next meeting, that would talk more about how those transitions and that person, whether they're eligible for another term and so forth, to try and alleviate some of your concerns.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, good point, though.
Correct, 6 members. If you get a deadlock vote, 3-3, where do you go? So,
The motion fails.
well, you can state that, but then you could say, 3-3, you might need a supermajority then or something. Also,
No,
we have a
I believe-
contingency clause going on here. This,
Just real quick, just adjust to that point, Mr. Town Manager. If there's a deadlock on any vote, it would always go, it just, the motion fails, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
and the other part is contingency. Obviously, this change is only contingent upon the first change, which means we eliminate 2 seats. And what
Yes.
happens if our electorate decides to not eliminate the 2 seats, but now we have this clause in here?
Well, that's why we have learned attorneys that would draft the language to combine it and
Yeah.
have them all interrelate.
Yeah, that's,
gonna earn their-
that's the important part, because we have a contingency clause
Yes.
going on now.
Yeah, well, a lot of the changes are going to be contingent upon other changes, the way that our charter reads.
Unless you're
Yeah,
getting-
Commissioner Fernandez?
these changes definitely have to be made on the same item as that first section that we amended. Otherwise, it makes no sense, right?
All right, any other discussion?
Yeah, I mean, so being one of the 3 that voted against going to 5, but I understand how it works. I mean, I do worry. I think that going to 6 council members, the risk of constantly, not that I think it will happen, especially with this council, I don't think it would definitely happen, but the risk outweighs the reward of, I mean, listen, if I'm gonna run for that seat, I know it's for 2 years ahead of time, I don't see what the issue is. You know what I'm saying? I'm being warned beforehand. This is a 2-year term. I can choose to run for the seat or I can choose to run for any of the other seats.
Okay.
But running the risk of spending 2 years deadlocked, I
Yeah.
mean, I think
And I would, and just a quick response to that is, like I said, is I'm open to discussion. I want to hear from all you guys. You guys, these are very valid points. Is my intent is just merely to avoid the issue of having, because it's now complicated. In my opinion, it's going to complicate terms of office and a couple of bunch of provisions that are going to follow. And it makes, in my opinion, made it a little harder to be able to clean that up. This is definitely not the first time that this has occurred at a municipality. So, to the extent that the town attorneys can maybe provide us an opinion on that, what's occurred in other entities of how they've handled the reduction in numbers of any of their members from like either 7 or 8 or any other number down smaller, and how they handled that.
Usually the way they do it is they'll signify a seat, okay, well, this seat or this seat is going to be abolished going forward. And then through attrition, that seat just eventually just phases out.
Yeah.
That's usually the way that it works.
The-
So let's say you have someone that's already in seat 5, and seat 5 is the one that we're eliminating, and seat 6, then, when that term ends, that seat no longer goes for reelection. It's over, and so on and so forth.
Right.
And what's interesting is, sorry.
Go ahead,
to the chair.
Councilman Fernandez, and then we're going to Commissioner Fernandez.
So I was,
Councilman.
oh,
first.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I just had a point to make that this language would actually be obsolete once this were to take place at some point.
Sure. Okay.
It would just be
Yeah.
obsolete.
No, I'm going to, okay, Commissioner Fernandez, go ahead.
So I only heard your comments partially because I was walking back in from the restroom. But if I understood correctly, your reservation here was how that would impact the term limits, and if somebody runs for that 2-year seat, would that then preclude them from running for another 4 year? Is that
Yeah,
an
either we're
accurate
going to have to
understanding?
make changes or add language to the charter that'll clarify that aspect of it, or we would have to at some point, and there's subsequent terms as well throughout the charter that govern or that are controlled by that, by the terms that are being served by those individuals. So there'd be a lot more changes that we would have to do by keeping it in as a 2-year for clarification purposes, because I think there'd be potential for ambiguity within the charter.
Right. So one potential way to, I think, fix most of that is the section where it says if the mayor or council member is elected to appoint or appointed to fill a partial term in office, maybe if that gets changed to a term less than 4 years, then that fixes the subsequent issues with that 2-year term and the term limits. Just something to, I know the town attorney is going to look into it anyway. So
I mean, the issue of the 2-year term as written is a little complicated. I think it just should be, you target the seat just naturally through attrition, there's an abolishment of that seat. That would be my suggestion.
Any other discussion? All right, so I'll take it up on the motion, on the pending motion. Yes, we did have a second. It was Maryland, Commissioner Ruano. I'll get it by May, I'll be there.
Mhm.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. And, just for clarification purposes, I just want to remind everybody is I'm very well open that later on, if we need to rethink any of our languages as we see how it impacts the rest of the articles, we can obviously review this. And, as the town attorney prepares this. Going to 5B. I think this one's a little simpler. Go ahead. Councilman Fernandez.
It continues on to eliminate and to eliminate those 2 seats, right? For the election to be held in November 2030, there shall be no election for council seat number 6, and the seat shall be abolished.
All right. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's a second by Commissioner Abad. Is there any discussion?
Well, basically, it said all these are going to be obsolete if the first amendment or the first 5 years, the 5-seat council comes to fruition, right? So all of these are just automatically to be eliminated.
Well,
Anyway,
I-
we need
I-
it in the we need it in writing, just
Yeah.
if it doesn't exist.
Well, I think it provides a mechanism that outlines how that attrition will occur. That's what it is guiding rather than deferring to the council. This will allow the charter to regulate how that attrition will occur.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, now going to what it looks like, Commissioner Fernandez, the next edit, I believe you guys had, yes.
Yeah.
Since we added C, now this one goes to,
Right.
is going to be moved, modified.
The seats, council members shall serve in seats numbered 1 through 6 collectively seats until 2030, effective in 2030. Council members shall serve in seats numbered 1 through 4 collectively seats. And then that language continues.
All right, is there any motion?
I'll
We have-
second it, motion to adopt, yeah.
And you second the motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Commissioner Bennett? All right, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, the next recommendation, Councilman Fernandez.
Again, in an attempt to remove those seats, going to, where are we at here? Going to be elected at large, seats 1 through 6, all members of the council should be elected at large.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Mato, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
One, Commissioner Bennett, was the no?
No.
Oh,
Commissioner
I'm sorry.
Bond.
My apologies. I just hear it from my right side.
Mhm.
I wasn't looking. Any other no's? Just one? And so motion passes. Moving forward to the next section.
Is that G?
Yes, the new G.
The new G. Term of office, no person shall serve as mayor or as council member for more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms, notwithstanding the above. If
A person.
a person is elected as a council member and serves a full term, that person shall be eligible to be elected as mayor. And the rest of it is the present charter.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by the vice chair. Now open it for discussion.
So I would like to amend that motion. Can I do that or just start the discussion?
Oh, you can file a motion. to
So,
amend.
so I would like to amend it to reflect that the 2 consecutive 4-year terms in a lifetime. In a lifetime. We
In
don't
a
need to be
lifetime.
retreading politicians,
Just before you make the motion, just as a point of clarification, I think it might be easier to just say 2 4-year
Two.
terms rather than consecutive,
Right,
because then it's just 2 4-year terms.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Do you have the motion, Madam Clerk?
So yes, he's deleting the word consecutive.
So discussion?
Yes. It would be
Yes.
for more than 2 4-year terms.
Yes,
Re-
and would
removing
your
the
motion,
Consecutive.
yes, and does your motion include the subsequent language, a person elected as council member serves a full term, that person shall be eligible as an elected mayor as well? Are you including that in your motion?
No, but that's fine. I mean, once you serve your 4 years in the council, you want to run for mayor.
Okay.
It
Oh, wait.
cannot preclude you.
Yeah, my apology. I actually, yeah, you're amending the original motion. So sticking to that, so you're amending the original motion so it reads only 2 4-year terms would be the motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Second by Dr. Bennett. Any discussion on that limited motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1-0, no, Commissioner Romano. All right, the motion passes. Now on to the original motion, which is the addition of the language that is 2 4-year terms, and that notwithstanding the above, if a person is elected as council member and serves a full term, that person shall be eligible to be elected as mayor. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I have some discussion, So let me see, I'm just want to see if I get this right. So a council member may serve 2 4-year terms at any randomness. In other words, they may do it for 4 years, sit out for 4 years and come back and serve another 4 years. But after that, they can't serve anymore. Is that what I'm understanding? Or can you, because now, once again, because now we took out consecutive. So in other words, you sit out for 4 years and you come back, or would it be 2 years? I mean, how long would you sit out?
I'll defer that. I concur, but I want to defer to the town attorney on that interpretation.
You repeat the question?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, what I want to know is if a council member serves 4 years
Mhm.
and then decides to sit out for 2 years, and then he can serve another 4 years and then sits out another 2 years and then can do 4 more years. In other words, is this what I'm reading into this?
No, no.
period.
You're allowed to
Term.
have 2 consecutive terms.
Well, no,
Two terms.
consecutive was
We're
removed. That
taking
was,
the-
that
we
that was that
removed
motion.
If you remove consecutive, then it means 2 terms. That's it.
2
Once you
terms,
serve-
and that's
You're
for-
done.
It's
It's
a life.
two, so that means for life. In other words, 2
Correct.
terms, you're out.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. And then the other issue that I had was, you can do 2 years as a council member, and then you can still do another term as mayor, 2 terms as mayor. So
Correct.
they could be technically on for 16 years straight.
Yes.
I just making sure I got that clear. Thank you.
Not a problem. Any other discussion? Vice
Mr. Chair,
Mayor?
just question. So the new language says a person is elected as a council member and serves a full term. So that means that if they only serve 2 years, they could not file to run for mayor. They'd have to serve a full 4 years.
Mr. Town Attorney. Interesting question. The way that it reads.
Say that one more time, please.
Well, the way this is proposed, it says a person is elected as a council member and serves a full term, implying that's 4 years.
Correct.
That if they only served 2 years and there's an election, they could not vacate their council position to run for mayor?
I don't, so you're saying there are 4 years?
No, I'm
Just
asking
mixing
a
the
question.
language.
This
Okay.
says, like, look here where it says, the proposed language says, right, the added language, a person is elected as a council member and serves a full term,
Mm-hmm.
right? That person shall be eligible to be elected as mayor.
Okay.
I believe he's asking, does that preclude a person that serves less than a full term?
But isn't
be
a term
able to run as
considered
mayor?
2 years and a day? Or
The way-
something more than 2 years?
Well, I think it's, and.
No, I
Vice Chair,
understand what the question is. So
give me one s- Yeah, give me 1 second, the town attorney.
So the question is if they serve less,
This says full term.
right?
So if they serve less than a full, are they eligible to be elected as mayor?
Would they be precluded from running for mayor?
I believe you're correct. They would be precluded from serving as mayor.
So do we want to say full term or?
Right, because
What's the intent there?
Right, that's the question.
I'm not sure that's a new question. So
Sure, yeah.
I guess we have to ask Mr. Fernandez, what is the intention?
Councilman Fernandez.
I think as it was written, it would be to avoid somebody from running for mayor without having served the full 4 years. I mean, I'll leave that up to you
So-
guys.
So the
Just the
term
way
could
it
be
is.
4 years or it could be less than 4 years. It all depends if the person's appointed and then they,
Right.
so you could have that circumstance as well.
Mr. Chair?
Ed,
Okay, Manager Peterman.
Yeah, one way that you can maybe just not have to define it here is just put, if a person is elected as a council member and is term limited out, something to that effect, that person shall be eligible to be elected as mayor. That way you don't have to, run through all the different scenarios. You'll define that, term limited out somewhere else with regard to partial terms and all that. So if you just put something to that effect, and, the attorneys may be able to make it, prettier words. But-
That's how I read into it when I looked at it the first time, which, to lay it out more cleanly, it would be a person would be eligible for 2 terms as a council member and no more than 2 terms as mayor.
So
Like something to that effect.
brief discussion.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Because I'm going to propose, I think I have some language that I think that will be able to fix that.
I have a question, maybe to the attorney. So hypothetical, I know we can do this. Somebody is elected in the off year when the mayor's not up for election. He serves 2 years and he decides, I want to be mayor now. Can he since he only served 2 years on the council, can he run for mayor?
If
Would there
you're,
be any restriction from him running for mayor?
if you're adopting this language, then yes.
So he wouldn't be able to, so that would be a major lawsuit. I see that as a major problem.
I mean, go a step further. The way that I read it, if you haven't served as a council member, you wouldn't be able to run for mayor either, right?
Yeah.
And so you could have a council where no one wants to run for mayor, and then what do you have a charter crisis on your hands.
Exactly. And that also means that you have to be a council member in order to be qualified to become mayor.
But
You
I
can't
don't
make
think,
it open to anybody.
I don't think that that was the intent of that
Hmm.
particular sentence. I think the intent was to allow someone to serve
Yes.
two
so-
terms and still run for mayor.
So I'm gonna have a motion that I'm gonna propose to rewrite that second part of it, that it'll read notwithstanding the above, any terms served as councilman or mayor shall not impact
No, just as councilman.
or
Any term served as a council person shall not impact the ability to serve. as
well,
mayor.
I think it should be both ways, because if someone ends up saying, hey, look, I've served 1 year's term as council member and then goes to mayor, it shouldn't preclude him from being able to go back as council member. That's why we just want to have it reciprocal, because I think Councilman Fernandez, and that's where, so any terms served as councilman or mayor shall not impact the term limitations for the other position. That's my motion. And if we want, we can, I'm willing to take modifications if someone has better language for that, but that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
For discussion.
Second for the discussion?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Perhaps adding language that says no one individual can serve more than 2 terms as council member and 2 terms as mayor. Right, in total. I mean, I disagree.
it's-
I disagree with it entirely because I think that you should be able to, sit out 1 term and come back and run again. So I'm not in favor of it in general, but maybe to clarify the language, 2 terms as council member and 2 terms as mayor in total.
Yeah, I agree. I think we all understand what the issue is. Perhaps the town attorney can take a stab at just clarifying. We know the intent is that you should be able to serve as a council person for 2 terms, and you should be able to serve as mayor for 2 terms. You could serve as council for 2 terms and then mayor for 2 terms, as Dr. Bennett alluded
vice
to,
versa.
for a total of 16 years. You could serve as a council person for 4 years.
Yeah.
Or maybe 2 years and then run for mayor. Or you could serve, any mix of that, but
And it could be less than the full 4 years, depending on if you're appointed, depending on how you come into
Yeah.
the position. So
But also notwithstanding, anybody
That's what it's
who wants to run for mayor, whether they have any council experience whatsoever, are still able to run. We just got to make sure it doesn't limit the scope of the office.
although town
Okay.
attorney, I will, on that point, if you have someone that serves as a council person for 2 years, then runs as mayor and is elected mayor, right? Or maybe they served the full term, the full 4 years, and then maybe 2 years, which was the case of our current mayor, actually, right? I believe our current mayor served for 4 years and then 2 years term, right? We need to make sure the term is defined so that in that instance, that person who now served as mayor for perhaps 8 years can come back and say, oh, I only served 2 years, so I can serve another term. Correct? It did. Right. You understand? Mr.
I
Attorney?
do. And I believe that elsewhere, that is defined a little bit better as far as terms and how many you can.
Right.
But yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
All right, so
Clear as
we
mud.
have and yes.
Yeah.
I know, I understand where we're going, and that's why we need to have these discussions, because we're finding the language isn't always reflective of the intent. So, we have a pending motion right now there's right now my motion that I had to amend the second part of the language. Yes. And so,
Do you mind repeating that motion, please?
do you need me
That
to
was the discussion.
restate it? Okay. The motion is to amend the second portion of the language of the original motion. That is to read the current, notwithstanding the above, any terms served as councilman or mayor shall not impact the term limits for the other position. All right, so all in favor of that amendment motion, say aye. Any opposed?
I'm gonna have to oppose it only because I don't understand it.
No.
I need to see it in writing.
I agree.
So,
I don't think it's worded the way the
yeah,
intent
I
is.
mean,
No
I hate to
offense.
say it,
No,
but
no,
we'll have
then
to
take
come
it.
back to this one because it is a little convoluted.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty smart, but this is a little bit beyond me.
Okay, let's do.
I mean, I think the motion is pretty much, you want to make sure that it's 8 years in total. You can't serve as council member more than that, and 8 years in total as mayor. You can't serve more than that. That's it.
And we can,
Well,
Yeah, you can serve as mayor and then council member, then mayor.
Basically, you're setting up
Step
term
further.
limits. This is a term limit issue.
Yeah.
yes.
I mean, I
And we-
don't see it as term, I don't see it defined as
And
term
I think
limit.
just
but-
from a clarification purposes is that, so we have the one pending motion. The reason why I felt like I need to amend it again, I didn't want to go through another amendment, but I just want to get through this motion so we can get back to the original motion and then we can, if we need to
Okay.
clarify the language further. Let's do the poll. So that way we can clear as to the current motion of amending the second language that I read.
So the amendment just offered by Chairman Lay Soto, which was seconded by Commissioner Ruano. Commissioner Ruano.
Yes.
Commissioner Matos.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No.
Commissioner Bennett.
I'm gonna have to say no. I'm still confused. Sorry.
Commissioner Abad.
No.
Vice Chairman Inguanzo.
no.
Chair Lay Soto.
Yes.
The amendment
And I think you
fails.
have Commissioner Matos. Did you?
No.
Oh, you did vote? Okay, I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't
so
hear.
Chairman
Three,
Lay
four.
Soto voting yes, and the amendment fails.
The
Yes,
the
not a
purpose of
problem.
my no vote was to get us in the proper posture quicker to be able to read. Yeah, exactly.
Fine, trust me, I don't take any offense because I think based on the discussion, I think that we could have another amendment, Vice Chair or Commissioner Fernandez, I think you guys may have suggested you guys have some language. I think it's maybe just having language that is just specific to,
May I make a
Serving-
suggestion?
sure.
I
a
think the
motion.
attorney understands the direction here. I think, something needs to be drafted to capture that sentiment, but I think you're clear. The only caveat I would have, Mr. Town Attorney, is, you said a maximum of 8 years, but the doubt in my mind is the current situation where we had a council person who served 4 years and then 2 years. Does that negate that individual from somehow coming back and being able to serve 2 years somehow? You understand?
Right, and
4-year term.
And so then the question becomes, and that I'll offer some language and some clarification, is what is considered a full term? So
Correct.
in reality, we're not talking about years. I said years, but really I'm talking about terms. What does that full term look like? And then there can only be 2 full terms of mayor and 2 full terms as council member.
And maybe it's not full terms. Maybe it's just terms, right? Because a full term would imply that you served the full 4 years.
Right,
And you could theoretically
seat
only
early.
serve 2 years.
Right.
Then
So-
what does that do to that person?
so in my
Current
mind,
Situation, if the mayor, after he serves, assuming he gets elected to another term, 4 years, he's now served as mayor for 8 years, but he only served as councilman for 6 years. What does that 2-year period
Right.
provide him an opportunity to do?
but the problem is, and that's where I think, the question lies is a term is 4, a term is not 2. So you can't just run for a partial term. You either run for a full term or not. So
Okay.
you've already served 2, you can't serve 2 more. You've already forfeited those
understand.
years.
It
And I
depends
think that that's what's
So
gonna be.
let me,
on special elections,
It depends on special elections, depends on appointments.
right?
So there's
a lot
other
of
thing
other
factors that go
investments.
into it. So when I'm looking at full term, if you've forfeited, let's say, because you want to run for mayor after 2 years, well, you've, in my mind, you've served your full term.
all right, so I just want one point that I just want to say is it seems that there's a lot of questions of this aspect. So we're on the main motion of amending this language. If that fails, I think it doesn't preclude us from not going back to this aspect, as I've stated before. I think it'd be, if it does fail, then we can go back and ask the town attorney to go ahead and propose some language that we can consider for the next meeting.
So if I can offer just a suggestion, my understanding of the sentiment of all of you is that you're in agreement. You don't want it to be that the person can go ahead and then have an off year after they've served 2 full terms and then come back to the council. You want to nip that in the bud and make sure that there's term limits. That's the understanding.
Right,
I'm
but I
getting.
think we voted on that already, right? The motion was done. We voted on that.
Right, right. So now the question is, what does that look like? And what does that full term look like? And is a person that's only served 2 years, are they precluded from coming back and serving another 2 years? And so if you want me to, I can come back and offer language if that's the direction that you want to go in.
So
That
let me
you
ask you
can-
a simple question though. Let's talk about the current situation.
Yes.
Let's talk about the current vice mayor, right? So he ran a special election,
Mhm.
right? Is that considered a full term? So now he can run again for 4 more years, right?
You can.
So in total, he did like what, 6.5, something like that? Would he be able to run a third time?
I don't believe so.
So it's
Because the
same-
way that the
same
code is
rule of
written,
law.
it depends if there's more than 6 months left or less than 6 months.
Right.
And it creates the caveat of where you can run more, you can run less. And that's why I'm saying, if you allow me to come back and explain what that term is, because I think that that's the important definition that you're looking for. What is that full term? You've given me that you're, I think, all in unison and in concert that you're okay with 2 terms for council, 2 terms for mayor. The question is, what is the definition of a term?
Can I add some additional homework? Because, I know you love nothing better.
Sure, Commissioner.
So if memory serves me, there was a lawsuit last year in the city of Miami regarding whether or not these term limits apply retroactively. So when you do that and bring language, can you also research and bring language to that effect? What one way or the other? I'm not saying I prefer it one way or the other, but I think we could find an issue where, council people that have served in the past that did not serve under those rules might take offense to the fact that
That's a
they
good
are
point.
now precluded from running in the future.
That's a good point. Will do.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and vote on this motion.
I still have something to add. I've been holding my hand up for a while,
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
okay, well, go for it.
We're doing okay.
Good.
What about we have the resign to run clause? In other words, now he's done 2 years. Does he have to sign the resign to run? Does that preclude him from he can then run for mayor for 4 or 8 years and then come back and says, I didn't do a full term, I only did a half term. Do I get 2 more terms as a commissioner, as a councilman?
Sure.
So now you're up to 18 years theoretically.
Yeah. So as I'm understanding from everybody here is, Mr. Town Attorney, is that they would like to have language that would be able to clearly delineate how the terms will be defined or applied in determining this term limitation. So that's the question.
Okay.
Correct? That would be.
Correct. I just want, now we have a theoretical resign to run clause. Does that preclude him from running
Yeah.
another 4? In other words, you stayed
Captain,
to,
all the
you
circumstances.
decided to run for another office. Have you now forfeited
Yeah.
2 more years and in perpetuity?
Yeah, so I think he's gonna cover all the different potential aspects of it that could be implicated there. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry. I don't mean
Go
to
ahead, Vice
belabor
Chair.
this because I believe the horse is dead, but I'm kind of thinking this a little bit through.
It's rotted.
Going back to your point, Mr. Attorney, about the full,
Uh-huh.
it's important to define full because in my mind, I may not, Councilwoman Morano brought up the fact that there's a special election. So maybe it should be 2 full terms, right? And if you don't serve 2 full terms, meaning 2 4-year terms for a total of 8 years, that perhaps you should be eligible to run, that you should be able to serve 2 full terms. So if you only serve 2 because of a special election or any other circumstance, that you should have the ability. If you look at the US Constitution that you alluded to earlier, that's the cause for the vice president, right? It's, I can't remember which amendment, but one of the amendments says that, if the vice president serves for, a period of time as vice president or as president, that because he succeeded a president, then he has the ability to serve another term. So,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't be opposed to the language being 2 full terms. If
That-
that, I think you get me, right?
Manager Peterman?
Yeah,
I
if you,
sometimes
if you go to the end of that paragraph, there is language there that talks about partial terms and what constitutes a partial term. It's
2.3.
2 years or more or less than 2 years.
Sure. No, I fully understand. And so I think we're at the point and I'm sorry. I know that it's not the beating the dead horse. I think is we want to give the opportunity to the town attorney to be able to language. I would just recommend if any of you guys come up with some language that you think, such as maybe even incorporating something that adopting language that may be in the US Constitution that works, is send it over to him. And I think it'll be helpful for him to just take a look at it. But nonetheless, we're on the original motion, which was to amend this section which includes both the initial, that it'll be more than 2 terms, 2 4-year terms. And with that second language that we've been in full discussion right now. So I'm going to call that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I said no on the original, not to, you
Yeah.
cannot move forward.
Mr. Chair, I'm
On
so
the main.
sorry, because
So-
I'm a little, can the clerk please repeat the motion that we're voting on?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I meant to say.
So what I recall from
Repeat
the motion,
That we were gonna.
it wasn't my motion because
Okay.
this one's going back to Commissioner, but no, because we've amended, we went through amendments to it and that failed. So we're now back up to your original motion.
It was the motion, I believe the motion on the table was drafted by Commissioner Fernandez. If a person is elected as a council member and serves a full term, but then when you were having that discussion, then you went to an amendment by the chair and by Commissioner Ruano, which failed. And now you gave direction to the town attorney to draft language on this second section of 2.3G. What I have in my notes that passed was the motion by Commissioner Abad, which was seconded by Commissioner Bennett, which was to remove the word consecutive from the first sentence, which would read, this is what passed. No person shall serve as mayor or as council member for more than 2 4-year terms. The word consecutive was removed. That one passed. Then the discussion started with notwithstanding the above, if, and all this discussion. So
So was that, so for my clarification then, because make sure that I'm understanding. So that second portion was not included in the original that passed, because how I'm remembering it, and I could be wrong. I thought that there was I had then moved to eliminate and replace the language that was secondary. And that's what then ended up failing. And then we were back on the full motion and that's where we're at now. That's how I was understanding it.
And somewhere in between there, I think there was intent to give the town attorney direction. It wasn't formalized as a motion, but there was intent by the
yeah.
vice chair to give him direction to bring that back.
And for clarification, that was the reason why I was voting no on the main motion. So that one just simply fails with the intent of coming back for him to give us an entire, because he may need to change the whole entire paragraph. And that's why I thought we were going back to that original motion. That's my understanding of where we were, but if, the clerk, if that was the initial.
if you
part
want to
we already-
clarify, if you're all agreeing, which I took notes that you all agreed to give direction to the town attorney to come back with proper language, addressing full term, addressing definitions. If you want to give that direction, and we can have a motion to that, but I think you all gave direction already. And what I have for sure that passed was the amendment by Commissioner Abad, which was seconded by Bennett, by
Right.
Commissioner Bennett.
And what was the language that it was?
And that one was, no person shall serve as mayor or as council member for more than 2 4-year terms. The consecutive was removed.
Okay, so that was true. Okay, thank you. Now we're clear. And so there is no pending motion from what I see now.
Right. So just to clarify, I'm sorry, because I think so the last motion that we voted on, that I didn't vote, because I didn't know what the motion was. There was
No pending motion. No,
Okay.
it was my confusion.
Okay, all right, just wanted to clarify. I want to make sure that I.
Not a problem. I take
And-
full responsibility for that.
And I would like to, I'd like
know.
to make a motion. I just like to
Just
make,
glad I'm
make,
following along. I'm
Yes.
just impressed that I was able to, okay.
I just like to make a motion that essentially it says that that the town attorney drafts language for our review to make sure that the intent of what we were doing is codified in the language.
I'll second.
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, now let's go to section 2.4 qualifications. I don't see anything recommended from Commissioner or Councilman Fernandez. Does anyone else have any discussions or recommendations as to section 2.4? All right, I have one, very simple, is that in the fourth line down, the sentence it starts at the end of the three. It says a person may not be a candidate for council and mayor in the same election. My motion would be to replace the word council for council member, because I believe that's what is intended because it's inclusive. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now going to section 2.5, vacancies. And so let's go at least through A. I didn't see any recommendations from Councilman Fernandez. Anybody have any discussions on A? All right. Any motions? All right, so I'd like to make a motion to, let me see how I had written this in A. All right, there was two changes or three changes that I was recommending is to rewrite the paragraph as it currently reads, the office of council member, and then adding the language or mayor shall become vacant upon his or her death, resignation, striking the word disability, suspension, comma, or removal from office in any manner authorized by law or as otherwise provided for by law, adding that language, or by forfeiture of his or her office. That is my motion. And I can, if someone wants a second, I can go into explanation of the motion. It's been second. And so for discussion, the reason is, I think vacancies, it says council member, as we had already defined. We need to include the word mayor on that aspect of it. The reason of removing the word disability is because it's a very general term. There's not defined anywhere else. And I think the way it reads here, a person could say, hey, look, I've broken my arm, and someone could raise up, oh, now he has a disability, or he's lost an appendage or some other issue that is a physical, that is not a mental impairment. And that would automatically, because this is a shall, create a vacancy. So that's the reason why I'm removing that disability. But to be able to capture it, because in my discussions with the town attorney, there is already in Florida statutes a provision that requires vacation of position based on mental incapacity. And that's why I added the language or as otherwise provided for by law. So it's not that it's removing the disability, but rather focusing what is already in state law and incorporating that into the charter. And that's the discussion items. Anyone else has for discussion?
Yeah, well, the only thing I would like to see, if that for any reason he's unable to fulfill the duties of the office. I mean, you can lump that in if you want with disability, if you want, but it's basically saying if he can't attend or if he's unable to attend because of some either physical or emotional problem, I mean, it goes down to, if he cannot fulfill the duties of the office he holds.
Mr. Town Attorney, I understand what you're trying to say. I read this section as that's the intent by implication, but I'd like to hear from the Town Attorney. Do you think we would need to add that type of language?
I think this Florida statute pretty much covers the different sections that automatically remove someone from the seat of being a mayor, I think, or an elected official for that matter. I think we have to be careful in not adding too much or being too wordy, and not to create a conflict with what already is in Florida statute. There have been cases out there where there has been some conflict between what a charter says and what is out there as Florida statute, and then it creates a problem and can create litigation.
So you'd like to add as per Florida statute. In other words,
As for Florida law.
well, I understand that, but
Existing law.
once again, a layperson may look at this. The Constitution is written for the lay people. It's not
Mhm.
written for legals. And if you're gonna
And for
if you're gonna stick, well, it shouldn't be. It's written for the people. This is the people's document, right? Okay.
I'm not.
So I'm
wasn't
trying
one
to
of the
say that
founders
if,
in their
they may want to know what the limitations are in some way. So if you quote the specific Florida statute, as per Florida statute, whatever is 122.25.
The problem with doing that is that Florida statutes change all the time. And the numbering may change. So I mean, I would, if you want to put as per Florida law, I'm fine with that. I'm
Yeah,
okay
it has,
with that.
but the suggestion was, or as otherwise provided by law. We can, if you want to designate Florida law.
Well, I don't want to limit to Florida law. I'd like to have it make sure it's federal law too.
Yeah, I would say more applicable law because, you know, we get into people determining what's law and what's not law. So then if, you know, Commissioner Fernandez, are you making a motion to amend the language to add applicable before law?
That sounds like a great idea. Yes.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
We have a second. Is there any discussion on adding the word applicable? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none. All right, we're back on the original motion of adding the language of or mayor striking disability and as otherwise provided by applicable law. Is there any further discussion on that aspect? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Anything else as to section 2.5A? Seeing none, we're going to go to 2.5B, forfeiture of office. Let's start with B1. Just so we can take these in subsections B1. Is there any recommendations? My motion, I would like to make a motion in that first sentence is to replace council, the word a council member with a member of the council. So that way it simply covers both the council member and the mayor. So that is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Anything else on B1? Seeing none, we'll go to B2. All right, B2, let's see. All right, I believe there is Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah, this one's simple. I think it happened. It's to clarify what is an absence, excuse me. I think it happened in the previous council where council member showed up, was present during roll call and then left subsequently after, and somehow he was officially considered present for the meeting. So it's just to clarify it. That's it.
Okay.
I-
All right, is there a motion?
I will, I'll move it for discussion, but I definitely have comments.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
I'll second for discussion.
We have a second. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Fernandez.
So the one thing that struck out to me when I read it, and I would be very careful to I understand the intent of it. I'm in favor of the intent of it. But to the attorney, I would like a little bit of clarification. I'm afraid that this line might get misused, particularly when it comes to the consent calendar. And somebody considering that if you were absent, you know, from consent, you therefore missed 16 agenda items that are then 50% of the meeting, right? So I would like that language cleaned up a little bit.
The way that, if it is the will of this body to adopt something along those lines, I can tell you that I've seen this firsthand in other you know, places here in Miami-Dade County, and it's very difficult when it's not well defined as to, did the person miss, you know, 25%? You know, was it, were they present, but they were upstairs in the office and they weren't in chambers, and so was that absence for 25%? The Zoom count, I mean, all sorts of things. So I'm not sure that in the charter should be that prescriptive. So what I would suggest is, if you do want to adopt something like this, you do so, but instructing that the definitions of what constitutes 25% shall be adopted by ordinance or something to that effect.
The other question that I wanted to ask
I wouldn't
is,
be very prescriptive in the charter.
got it. The other question that I wanted to ask is, what exactly constitutes good cause? Right? That is very, very slippery. Like,
That too.
good cause, you know, what might be good cause for me might not be good cause. You know, I would like a better definition of that.
So I will just one that I reflect, because I did read that and I saw that aspect about the good cause. Even though that's not part of the motion right here. But you know, just real quick, is that in 3 procedures, the second sentence says the burden of establishing good cause shall be on the council member in question, provided, however, that any council member may be at any time hold on, am I skipping lines? Yes. Provide that any council member may at any time during any duly held meeting move to establish good cause for absence of him or herself or the absence of any other council member for any past or present future meetings, which motion, if carried, shall be conclusive. So to me, it defers to I think that charter provision just defers to the council to determine what good cause amongst themselves, they're going to determine what good cause is.
Yeah. Again, I completely agree with you, Chair. If you want to adopt this as a general policy, that's fine, but instruct that the council has to then create an ordinance. And the ordinance can be as prescriptive as you want. Just, I wouldn't have this be so prescriptive.
Yeah. And I'll have one comment and then we'll go over to Councilwoman or Commissioner Ruano. In reading this, I think it'll cause, even if we were to be more prescriptive, I think you run into an issue with, potentially with operation of Robert's Rules of Order. From my understanding, is that once you're present, you're deemed present until there's a call by the body to determine quorum again and determine whether or not a council member is present otherwise. That's my recollection. I haven't looked at it at all for this purpose, but my recollection is you're always present once you've established presence to begin with, until there's unless someone questions whether or not now quorum and who's present for the meeting for official for the record.
You're correct. And under Robert's Rules of Order, I think there's, and I'm trying to remember the mechanism, I don't have it in front of me, where you can call for a roll call, and then if you're not present, you can actually send for the person to be brought back, and there's different rules on that. But always remember that our rules can supplement or change, modify Robert's Rules. That's the way that the council rules are established. So you start with the premise that you have Robert's Rules, but then it can be modified, and that would supersede.
Yeah. So my question is just to make sure that in part of this discussion, you understand that now we're going to modify, this would modify Robert's Rules of Orders, and we'd have to remember that we've modified Robert's Rules of Order in the town charter. So when we're in practice, in the event it would come up.
I agree.
Okay.
Ask a
all right,
question.
go ahead.
of the
Sure,
town
go ahead.
attorney.
Vice Chair, and then we'll go to
Thank
Commissioner. Bennett.
you. So I'm reading this provision and Lorenzo, I'm a little confused. What's the difference between the first part of that clause and the second part of the clause? In both, it says if you miss 3 meetings, that's an issue, right? Except in the first part, it says within 1 calendar year, but in the second part, it says whether or not during the same calendar year. I'm not quite sure what the difference is between the first sentence and the second sentence.
And Commissioner, are you looking at B2?
Yes, I
Forfeiture
am,
by
too.
absence?
Yeah, it says a council member shall be subject to forfeiture of his or her office in the discretion of the remaining council members.
Right.
If he or she is absent without good cause from any 3 regular council meetings of the council during any calendar year. Or if he or she is absent without good cause from any 3 consecutive regular council meetings of the council, whether or not during the same calendar year.
So if you miss
Right.
November, December, and January, it would trigger. If not, you could, in theory, miss 4 days and still be.
Correct.
You could miss.
January, June, and November, and that's 3.
That would trigger, correct?
Or you could miss.
But if you miss November, December, January, and February of different years,
Okay.
right?
Got
Then
it.
you would be in compliance, but you will have missed 4 consecutive council meetings.
And just for further clarification, how I'm reading it, and obviously I'll defer to the town attorney if he sees otherwise. What this last sentence does is define what an absence would be. So potentially, while you may have attended, if you didn't attend for 25% of the time, that could also be counted against you. So it's not just fully missing a full, it's like if you only stayed for the Pledge of Allegiance and then you left, and that would be counted as an absence for you.
The other slippery slope being attending virtually, counting or not counting, that might be another thing you might want to clarify.
Yeah, I completely agree. You could be upstairs in your office on Zoom, but not in council chambers. Is that being absent, because
That was the issue. Exactly. Will Zoom meetings be considered acceptable attendance? Here's the issue. Technically speaking, if every commissioner wants to stay at home and we have everybody on a Zoom meeting and somebody comes here to speak to empty chairs, is that what we want to represent?
I think state statute.
Well,
I think
that's-
state
yeah.
Well,
statute
that's the
covers it.
question.
Yeah, state
Because now
statute
the
covers that.
quorum- I'm sorry, the quorum now goes down because we have, if we adopt the smaller council, the quorum goes down to 3, right?
Yes.
Once again, yeah, you have to have
My
physical
understanding that you
presence
have to
here.
have quorum in the chambers.
Correct.
And
Correct.
then you can
So-
have 1 or 2 participants online, but you cannot, you have to have physical quorum in this room.
This is my understanding limited to how this impacts council member attendance, not so much quorum. You wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
have the meeting if you didn't have
Well,
physical
well,
quorum.
but that's the whole point. It will directly affect that. In other words, if you don't have the people that consider an attendance, if they're on Zoom, is that considered an excused absence or is that considered an
So
attendance?
I think what Councilman Fernandez or Commissioner Fernandez is stating is that they're two distinct issues. I think what you're talking about is going to determining quorum to engaging in decision-making. Because you can have a meeting, without quorum, you just can't make any decisions at that meeting. But I think what Commissioner Bennett is referring to, that's what he's referring to is just for the quorum perspectives, whereas this language is just going to determine whether or not it's going to create a forfeiture of your position by absence rather than determining quorum for the meeting perspective. Is that correct, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, that's completely correct. And Councilmember Rano or Commissioner Rano or whatever we're going with these days. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there were plenty of times where both of us attended virtually and we were just as much, if not more effective attending virtually than we might have been here dealing with some other issue. So I think having that option available and not discouraging people from counting it against their record has value.
And I don't think that Zoom aspect, the quorum piece is really relevant to this piece. And it's not to dismiss your concern, because I think there's a valid concern, but I think the Zoom attendance, which is, I think we were deferring to the town attorney, I think Florida statutes requires in-person presence for municipalities for quorum purposes.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So you're saying that the Zoom meeting counts toward attendance,
Yes.
Just not for quorum.
just not for quorum purposes? Interesting.
Well, I don't,
That's
let me
that's
put
a
it this way.
distinction without a
Nothing-
difference, but okay.
it's not precluded.
Okay.
Attending by Zoom, there's nothing that would preclude that from counting as presence for attendance purposes.
Yeah,
Let me
just
put it
for
that
the
way, not that
record,
he didn't.
10 years ago, we didn't have this problem. Just letting you know.
6 years ago, we didn't have this problem.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and this is actually something that I think the committees have faced with and is kind of like a very interesting wrinkle. So if it turns out that you have, and particularly now that we're going to be reducing to 4 council members, if there are enough council members that are absent that you don't have quorum and thus cancel the meeting, does that still count as an absence because there was no meeting? So that might be another thing to brush up. I'm sorry to give you so much homework. But
No, I believe that in the past we've opined, or our position has been that that's not, it doesn't count as an absence
Councilman.
because no meeting was held.
Okay, one more, and I think we'll go ahead for the motion.
I believe that what we're discussing is the 25% attendance. I think that the easiest thing to do is based on the items that are voted on. If there were, 100 votes and you voted on 25 of them, then that's 25%. And one of them is going to be the consent, and that's going to be a big chunk of the agenda, but you can't just come in for 5 minutes and
Right, so
Are you making a motion to amend
I,
pending motion?
I
that
just
night?
wanted to,
Oh, no, no.
It's
I-
No, but
I
it's-
could-
It's a suggestion, so.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not
I-
sure if you're asking.
I could, and just wanted to see if there was an appetite for that. And then when we move to the other sections, I'll,
I'm definitely in agreement with the spirit of that. What I wanted to close up was what would happen, for example, if you're at the meeting, you need to go to the bathroom during consent, you miss the consent vote is half the number of items on the agenda.
but the
So you're,
consent vote would be one vote.
Well,
Even if
Set
you're
the
voting
time.
on, right, I would define it as every vote that's registered by the clerk. So the consent calendar gets voted in one shot. So it's not 16 votes, it's just the one vote. So if you're in the meeting and you missed a vote because you went to the restroom, it's happened to all of us. If it's important, if it's something that's truly important, you sit and you wait. But if it's something that you know is going to pass, or it's like a feel-good item that's not,
consent is like the definition of that.
so let me,
but that's fine, but it's only one vote.
let me
Okay,
throw a
go to the town
wrinkle.
attorney, and then I think.
Let's assume you have consent and you have 2 ordinances, and right, so now you've got 3 votes, and the 2 let's say, ordinances deal with a land use item. And so the land use item take 3 hours. The consent only takes 1.
Mhm.
Have literally voted on the consent, but you are absent from the 2 land use items. You're 1/3 of the meeting. You're considered present.
Right, and I understand that, and on principle,
Right.
you're either here the whole meeting or you're not. That's how I see it. And as a council member, that's a commitment that you made. And if you're not here for the whole meeting, then you're
What-
absent.
I don't want to
But
add
I know
anything
that there's
to it.
gray areas that we have to address, so.
I don't want to add
That's why-
anything to it, but let me say this, so. I know we've had an issue in the past of council members not being present, right? But at the end of the day, who's going to remove that council member, right? It has to come from somebody on the dais, right? So I know we're spending a lot of time debating this for
Well,
something that I don't think anybody.
That's something
Well,
that we
on
can
the-
change as well.
Well, if we put it into the
Right.
charter,
That's something.
no
that
one
can-
makes that motion because it shall, the charter prescribes it. There's no motion or anything like that. It's just by operation of the charter that the person has now forfeited their office.
So perhaps that's the
Because of
issue
it
we should be
absent.
visiting.
We have to be very careful in how we do it because we may force someone to forfeit their office that will, as an unintended consequence, such as, and I'll give as an example, if someone has, oh, actually, there's the good cause aspect of it, but nonetheless is that, you got to be very careful in how much you prescribe. I'm going to, just to move this forward, I'm going to make a motion to amend the language here, to add language that to the end of the sentence, that the council shall prescribe by ordinance how to define 25%. And
Or how to define present. Maybe we should eliminate.
well, this is
Sorry.
defining absence.
Right,
This is defining absence.
I'm sorry.
but
I
I'm-
define
but-
an
'cause
absence,
remember,
maybe
my-
25% is not the right
Sure.
verbiage.
Well, remember, I'm taking what's the current motion right now, and I'm just amending to add that language that the council shall prescribe by ordinance. Is it ordinance is the correct term? By ordinance, how 25% shall be calculated. That's my motion.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, so for discussion, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, or actually, Mr. Attorney, so can this be dealt with not in the charter? Meaning, can you do a special rule or an ordinance or some other mechanism to address the absences that's not in the charter?
You may, yes. I
Okay.
mean, absence is a broad term. What constitutes an absence? So you can
But
further
that can be
define that.
defined through another mechanism.
It can be
whether it's an
defined through another
ordinance or a
mechanism.
special rule or
Yes.
order or something like that.
Yes,
That-
and that's why if you want the 25%, that doesn't
Yeah.
completely offend me, but don't be so prescriptive as to
Yeah.
defining what the 25% is.
So my recommendation would be that, we don't get into the weeds in the charter on those specifics, that really be addressed by the council through a special order, ordinance, whatever the right mechanism may be to address that. If it's something that the council believes should be addressed, then is an issue. I mean, we would certainly recommend that they, pursue that, but I don't know that getting into that level of detail in the charter is appropriate. I think
Okay.
it's too much detail.
So for discussion, and I just want to
Yes.
make sure that we're focused on the pending motion is just to add that additional language. So any discussion as to adding that
Yeah.
additional.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. As far as ordinance is concerned, you're asking the council to be the wolf in guarding the hen house. Because they're going to make it the ordinance so that it's as liberal as they can be, so they don't lose their seat. So it should be addressed in the charter and not by ordinance.
All right, any other,
That's basically, so it applies to them whether they make a rule that changes it or not.
fully understand. Any other discussion? All right, so I'm going to take on vote on the motion is and to be clear, we're just amending to add that additional language to the original motion. That's where we're at right now. So all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, can we take a poll?
Mr. Chair,
To be
I'm
clear-
so sorry. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm voting on. Can the clerk or somebody repeat or restate? the
Would you
motion
like
that
to do
we're
it, or would
voting
you
on?
like me to read?
The chair, Lay Soto, made an amendment which was seconded by Commissioner Inguanzo, which is to amend, to add the language for council to define what is absence by ordinance. Is that correct, Chair?
Correct, yes. And so that's all it is. It's just to add that language to the original, and we'll vote on the full motion, on the full language subsequent once we get past this one.
And I
Um,
believe the roll call was 5-2, and please correct me, we have 2 noes.
I didn't vote because
I didn't Okay.
understand the
Okay,
motion.
so
Okay.
can we just do? let's poll.
Absolutely. Commissioner Abad,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Matos,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruano,
No.
a Vice Chairman Inguanzo,
Yes.
Chairman Lay Soto.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
All right, now we're on the original motion, which is in absence of an absence shall be defined as being absent for more than 25% of the official council meeting agenda items and the additional language that we just added. So any further discussion on that at this point?
I'm very confused by this because it sounds like we're defining what an absence is, and then we're instructing the council to adopt an ordinance that says what an absence is.
Well,
So I think it's one or the other, but I don't see how they both play along.
sure, and I'll explain the reason with that language is we're the charter would define that this is what in absences shall be, but it gives the discretion to the council to determine what is going to be 25%. So it's going to be it's kind of a two-step process, but allows them to say, hey, look, 25% is going to be, as we had stated, is each consent agenda item that is on the ballot, are each one going to be, or is the consent agenda item itself going to be defined as one, and each individual item is appearing for the moment of silence, is the Pledge of Allegiance, each of those different items, are those going to be considered like one item? How you define it? I personally believe that it is too prescriptive, but I was just suggesting language based on the current pending motion that we have and adding that language to help move it along and to be able to clarify it.
And who would
But
keep
for
count?
discussion purposes, I'm going to be voting against adding the language altogether because I think it causes a lot of confusion and it's too prescriptive. But that I added the additional language in the event that we were going, the consensus is yes, we're going to move forward with it, at least have that caveat.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to keep count? In other words, is it our town clerk is going to do it? And basically, will she have a tally sheet here? So,
that be-
okay, Mr. Councilman, you missed 2 more votes, you're out.
Sure. Any other discussion on this one? All right, so I'm going to call it for a vote. All in favor? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Nay.
So 2
Do it.
noes. Vice Chairman Inguanzo.
No, the 2 yeses and
Please
Wait, I'm
call the roll.
sorry. Who
yeah, let's
voted
just
no?
do a poll.
Okay. So the main motion as amended, Commissioner Matos, Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner
full
Bennett,
No.
The 25%.
Commissioner Abad,
No.
Commissioner Ruano,
No.
Vice Chairman Inguanzo,
No.
Chairman Lay Soto.
No.
The motion as amended fails.
All right. So now moving forward, is there any other changes suggested for section B2? I'll make one
Mr.
again.
Chair, I'm so sorry.
Sure.
I just want a clarification. So for section 2I, right? Is that what we call that?
We are in B Roman 2.
Oh, we're still there.
B Roman 2, the one that we're just
Forfeiture by absence?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Good.
okay.
My apologies.
Point of clarification, like you asked. So I'm going to make a motion, and this is just more, again, going back to what we had, the change that we had made, is there's 2 references to council member, and to replace those with the phrase members of the council. That will be inclusive of both the council member and the mayor. So that is my motion.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now we're going to go to any other questions on B Roman 2. Go ahead, Councilman Ruan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to change, and one of them was the section that says at the discretion of the remaining council members. I lived through this, and there is never going to be a council that is going to want to remove one of their own. So I would like to remove that and put that onus on administration and perhaps, record keeping of some sort, but not on the remaining council members, because unfortunately, a council of 6, every council member carries more weight than in a council of 7, and in a council of 4, everyone carries more weight than in a council of 5. So it's never going to be in anyone's political best interest to remove someone for being absent. And we lived through that during our tenure. No one ever wanted to bring it up. No one ever wanted to touch it. It was, one of those taboo things that no one ever wanted to bring up. And this previous council went for quite some time with a semi-vacant council seat. So
So let's
that's just
just
never.
get the motion. and then-
The motion is to remove the language that says in the discretion of the remaining council members.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second for
second.
discussion.
All right, we have a second. So you explained, did you want to go further in your explanation?
I don't know what mechanism can be used to have some other office police this or bring it to the council for a vote, or however we want to move forward with that. But I just don't think that the way that it's written, it's ever really going to function.
All
I
right, discussion, we're going to go Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Bennett.
perfect. So I agree with you in principle. I would stop at, having staff or a staff member or any staff member being the adjudicator of that issue, because, I think they would also have their own set of conflicts.
I just mean for record keeping, for absence record keeping and that kind of thing. It would just, to me, it should just be that you forfeit your seat. If this happens, then your seat is just forfeited.
Right. I was gonna ask the deputy town attorney, is there a mechanism for arbitration or an independent arbiter, a special magistrate, somebody that's removed from the council and removed?
I've never seen it, to be honest
Is
with
it-
you.
It's the state
Well,
attorney.
Let me ask you a quick question.
It's the state attorney.
Let me, and it goes on to your question, is the way I'm reading this is that the charter is going to mandate that they're subject to forfeiture. And from what I understand, how I had initially read it, and I may have read it incorrectly, or there may be ambiguity in it, in the discretion of the remaining council members, it really is it's referring this to the procedures, which is in 3, that the council then follows the procedures in 3 to adjudicate whether the person is going to be subject to forfeiture.
You're
And
correct.
if we're going to remove this language, then wouldn't take it, it'll just by operation of forfeiture of absence by the charter, that the individual forfeits their position and it doesn't kick it over to 3 procedures. I know I'm putting you on the spot on something that we're just amending.
No, you're trying to take the discretion of the council out and make it by operation of law. You can do that, I guess, but you're always gonna have the issue, right? Because one thing you have to define always when you're defining whether a person is present or not is whether the person has been for good cause. So the person could be absent, and then you say, yeah, it's good cause. Yeah, they couldn't come. Yeah, they couldn't work. And then, that can create an issue. But I think if you want to remove more discretion from the council and say, listen, automatically, if you're absent and there hasn't been a good cause established, and you might be able to say that good cause has to be, further defined by ordinance, is what I would also suggest. Never try to be too prescriptive in a charter because it's hard to change. And it may not work the way you want it to. I think that would be fine. So if you're absent 3 times, without good cause established, you automatically forfeit your position.
And so for clarification, how I'm understanding it then is by moving forward with this motion and deleting that language, what would occur is the sole discretion of the council would be determining whether there was good causes for the absences. And if they do not find that there was good cause for the absences that caused this forfeiture clause to be enacted or to move forward on it, then the forfeiture is completely gone. Or
Correct.
am I
So
understanding that?
yeah. So if good cause is not established, then automatically, if after 3 absences,
Yeah.
forfeiture occurs.
So the council doesn't have a decision as to whether or not it constitutes forfeiture. Their sole focus is going to be on whether or not
good cause.
there's good cause for each of the absences that are.
Yes.
It forces the conversation. Otherwise, the conversation will never happen. At least that's how I see it.
It's not a bad idea.
If this will never be on the dais for discussion unless it just happens, because it's going to happen.
Okay. Any other questions, discussions?
Well, if there's a charter dispute, the state attorney is the remedial source to go on. That's what it was before. I don't know if it's changed since then. I don't remember it changing. But the issue again is you wanted something that is automatic without council input. which means 3 absences, it comes before the council to determine if there are good cause. If they determine, if the majority of them, I'm assuming not just one, that there was good cause, he remains on the council. And if they decide that there was not good cause, but we haven't defined good cause yet, right?
Yeah, I
No,
think,
it's already in the procedures. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. No,
No, I'm going to talk to my attorney, and the town attorney, please.
there is language in the charter as for good cause. As far as a procedure, if the council wants to define it further, or the procedure, or how that good cause, it could be as prescriptive as they create their own rules. If a council member is going to be absent by 24 hours before, or when not, they'll shall state, the reasons why, and it shall be accepted by the council. And if it's accepted, then it's good cause, and then
And you would recommend that by ordinance as
by
opposed to
ordinance,
in the.
always. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, so we're gonna go forward on the motion. The motion is to remove that language in the discretion of the remaining council members. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
We have 1 no. Is that correct? All right, so motion passes, correct? All right, we've gone forward on that. Any other matters on section B2? All right, seeing none, we're going to go to B through Roman 3. Procedures there is some recommendations from Councilman Fernandez, if you can proceed.
Okay, just that added language there that just clarifies the majority of the remaining members of the council by resolution.
All right, is there a motion? Any motion?
So moved.
So,
Just to clarify.
is there a second? All right, we've second. Any discussion items on adding that language to this section? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Any other amendments to B3? I'll make the motion. I'm going to, similar as been done in B2, is the phrase council members
Yeah.
throughout this section. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 references to council member, is to replace each of those in this section with members of the council. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
All right. Let me just go into describe that. Some of you may be thinking as I'm going to go through this piece by piece. When I've been reading through, there are some provisions where it already says council member, and it does refer to specifically the council member. That's why I'm not doing an omnibus. Just clearly do it, because then it would change the meaning in a bunch of different others. So unfortunately, we're going to have to do it, at least from our motion standpoint. I think it'll be easy for the town attorney to change it, by interlineation throughout the entire agreement, or for whatever language they have. So that's the basis, the reason why I'm doing it like in this fashion.
To the chair,
Sure.
I think given the clarity of your direction, can we just have the town attorney do that and come back to us with all those changes rather than?
Yeah, I mean,
I think
yes, we
it's
can do
very
that.
clear.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can do that. I mean, you're giving us direction of what you want to do, and
To have him disambiguate every time that the word is used throughout the charter, if that means
To correct those.
exactly now
Okay.
now that we've clarified the definition of both, for him to come back with all of the places in the charter where that distinction needs to be made one way or the other.
Okay, so would you like to amend my motion to have that it be at the direction of, or that we direct the town attorney to do by interlineation and change it throughout the entire document and provide us with a copy of what his recommendations are?
I very much would. Thank you.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion on that motion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now we're on the original motion, which is now the amended motion for the direction to the town attorney. Do you have that, Madam Clerk? I just want to make sure you don't have to repeat it. Do you understand what that is? All right,
I do.
any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, our motion passes. All right, anything further on B3? All right, none. Let's go to C, Roman 1. Councilman Fernandez.
Okay, so there was an issue with this part of it in the past. So I'll read the whole thing. If less than 6 months remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor. The nomination of the mayor shall be made within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy and shall be subject to confirmation by the council. The confirmation vote of the mayor's nomination shall be conducted at the next regular council meeting following the nomination. Unless a majority of the council votes to hold a special meeting of the council prior to the next regular council meeting. If the mayor fails to nominate a person within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy, any member of the council may nominate a person for consideration at the next regular or special council meeting following the expiration of the 30-day nomination period. If a nominee is not confirmed by the council, the vacancy shall remain unfilled until the next regularly scheduled election.
All right, do we have a motion on this section?
I'll move it.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Well, second, Commissioner Abad, is there any discussion on this language that has been proposed?
Yeah, all right,
Sure,
so this
Commissioner Bennett?
kind of comes down to the resign to run clause. In other words, 6 months before he decides he wants to run for a different office or something. And so as I understand the language now, then the appointment of the mayor for the remaining terms will be done by the council. The vice mayor just doesn't take over? Is that what I'm trying to understand here?
So this is a vacancy of the council, and just for discussion purposes, is that I'm going to be making a motion after this is to add at the end of an expired term of a council member to specify, because this is going to be an appointment by the mayor, so the mayor can't appoint themselves if they've now vacated. But I'll be adding that as a clarification subsequent to, I don't want to complicate it by adding it here. But I don't, so it doesn't go to the appointment of the mayor and the vice mayor. It doesn't relate to that aspect of it with that subsequent language that I'm going to be proposing.
Okay, so give me a quick hypothetical here. So a council member has resigned for whatever reason, not necessarily to run for another office, but to resign. Obviously, then the mayor gets to appoint somebody. That's the general rule. And then
Nominate someone.
Nominate someone, but
They'll
it
be
has to be-
nominate, and then it'll be a,
But the council then has to basically, not a unanimous vote, but obviously a majority vote. Okay,
confirm.
I think I understand what's going on here. Okay.
Yes. Any other discussion? Sure, absolutely.
At the end of that last sentence on CI, I would like it to say within 30 days of the vacancy.
That's your motion?
Mhm.
Within
At the end of CI, where
The
it
very,
says,
very end.
and shall be subject to confirmation by the council within 30 days of the vacancy.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
CI.
Yes, I know CI, but that's a huge paragraph.
Oh, I'm
Just
sorry.
wondering.
Filling of vacancies. Right.
No, this is the amended language that he's adding, so I was just trying to see.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's.
Okay, so at the end of the current
Of the
language.
current language, correct. At the end of the first sentence, right, where it says mayor,
Well,
if
it would
less
be
than
the,
6 months remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor made within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy, and shall be subject to confirmation by the council within 30 days of the vacancy.
hold on.
May I ask a
I
question,
believe that
Mr.
that's
Chair?
the
Hold
intent.
on one second. I think she's making a motion. There isn't, I just want to make sure that I'm reading before I ask for a second.
The amended language already kind of addresses that by saying at the next regular or special council meeting, the amended language, not the.
Yeah,
The next scheduled council meeting can be further than 30 days. So I just want to make sure that both the nomination and the confirmation happen within a 30-day period.
okay. So let me, just from order, do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second for discussion.
So we have it for discussion. Okay. So go ahead.
All right.
Question
I do.
or discussion?
I think I'm thinking along the lines of the town manager. That could mean that you would have to call for a special meeting. So let me just, what's your thought process? Because you've lived through
So-
this. So what's the thought
Right,
process of
and-
waiting for the
right,
next scheduled
and
meeting?
That's the thought process, right? That because everything has to happen within 90 calendar days. right? Because the election is supposed to be held within 90 calendar days. So if you don't keep yourself to that 30-day window, then you're running out the clock. By the time that you have another council meeting, then you don't have enough time to schedule with the elections department the special election if need be. If there's a confirmation of the appointee, then you don't have an issue. But if you happen to fall in the predicament where you're going to have a special election, you don't have enough time.
So if I may, through the chair, in CI, there is no provision for a special election because that,
It's in C2.
right, but we're not at C2. So C1 deals with exclusively if less than 6 months remain. If no one is confirmed at those meetings, it's vacant until the expiry of the term. There's no provision. There is no special election ever at any point there.
Not in that case, right?
Not in C1.
Correct.
When we get to C2, that your argument
Right.
comes into light. But in C1, it doesn't trigger a special election. It's dead. The vacancy exists until the
It
expiry.
doesn't trigger a special election, but it allows you to wait to the next regularly scheduled council meeting. So
Yeah,
you're
she's not
already
talking
running out the
election, she's
clock.
talking council meeting, not election. That it's the council is going to be electing or basically affirming the nomination.
Mhm.
She's not talking a special election as in the general election.
Correct.
She's
And
talking about just, in other words, in December, if you don't happen to have a council meeting because of the holidays, and it just happens that time, you call a special council meeting.
Correct. And
That's what she said.
You call a special council meeting, and if that special council meeting doesn't happen, which has happened in the past, then that's why it was always my opinion that when this was written originally, no one worked the calendar backwards. Worst case scenario, you need to have an election. So you need to, everything else has to take you to worst case scenario in the event that it happens, because it has happened and there weren't enough days to schedule that election.
Commissioner.
Not
the-
for
but
less
I
than 6
think
months.
if I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Sorry,
Mr.
Chair.
Thompson.
I think the reason why, and I think I understand Commissioner Guanzo's question is that this one only affects if there's less than 6 months. So if
Right.
that's the case, there's never going to be an election.
No.
You're either going to accept that person for the
Or not.
remaining of the term, or you're not going to have it.
Or
It's
you're
going to be
gonna
6-6. You're going to leave it vacant.
For the
So
remaining-
whether it happens as a special or you wait till the council meeting, it's really no harm, no foul.
And further,
Right?
I think even the way that it's written is going to happen at the next regular council meeting. And even if we take into account hey, look, the December that they don't have a meeting, the max you're going to have there is going to be 60 days.
Right.
Where they're going to. And if they fail to confirm at that, within that 60-day period, now say you have 180 days, a full 6 months left on it, then, you're, the person's still going to have 90 days. It's just going to be vacant for another 90 days if they don't confirm them at that meeting. That's what, that's the way I've read the way that this is being proposed.
That's
Yeah,
what-
and
Chair.
the only way that there can be less than 6 months left in a term is if that starts in March. So the December wrinkle doesn't come into fruition whatsoever.
That's true.
No, that's true. Yeah. Right, Commissioner Abad.
I mean, my only concern goes back to the fact that now we're gonna have 6 months, possibly 6 months, with a council that could be deadlocked on multiple votes. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you could have somebody that is unable to attend or
Right,
doesn't
but-
attend or.
But I know you say it's fun. I'll be honest with you. This incident we're talking about, I found it no fun. I thought, and listen,
I was being
no-
extremely cynical,
do not-
by the way. I
no
wanna-
disrespect to either one of you who sat on that council. To me, that was the most disgraceful times in the town. But we put somebody who was very qualified, who was nominated, that we ran the clock out. I mean, whatever excuse we want to sit here and we want to say, and I find it ironic and hypocritical, and I'm sorry I'm saying it that way, but this was my trigger, that the prior council talked about clicks. There's a click, there's a click, there's a click. Well, there were 2 clicks.
Commissioner Abad, I don't want to get too far.
I know, I get you, I get you.
Because this may get into a whole bunch of other
But-
things. I want to stick to just what.
But
what we're
but ultimately, if we don't have a way of actually appointing somebody, then we're back to the same thing. We're gonna be 3-3 ties on things, and
Yeah.
the town business is never gonna move forward.
No, I fully understand. And so right now we have the motion is to add that additional language at the end of the proposed second sentence. Correct? That's right. All right, any further discussion on that, on the addition, adding that language? And if, I think by some of the faces I'm seeing, can we have the motion reread,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
I
'Cause I don't
understood
even
the,
remember it.
the amendment by Commissioner Ruano, which I believe was seconded by the chair. Am I mistaken?
No, it was
Vice Chair.
The Vice
The
Chair.
vice chair, okay. Vice chair was to add, for this to read this way, if less than 6 months remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor. The nomination of the mayor shall be made within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy and shall be subject to confirmation by the council within 30 days of the vacancy.
Madam Clerk, I believe that the motion now belongs to the body, but
Is
it
that-
doesn't,
It-
right, it doesn't pertain to that, to section 1, it pertains to section 2, as they explained to me. So I don't know if I can't withdraw it at this point, right, because it's on the table?
But that was a motion.
That
I
was the
stated,
motion.
And you're withdrawing it?
I don't know if I can at this point.
Well, you
because
can
it's on
you
the
can
table.
move to withdraw and we
You can
can
move
then
to
it would
withdraw,
have to,
okay.
we can either do it by, I actually looked this up because of what happened the first time. We can either ask for a motion or we can determine the withdrawal by consent. I looked it up.
So
I did homework.
may I make a motion to withdraw?
You can make a motion if you'd like to withdraw your,
Okay.
is there a second to?
Second.
Second. All right. Any discussion?
That sounded pretty unanimous.
Unanimous consent. And just for the, since you did make the motion, there is a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, so the motion has been withdrawn.
Mhm.
Thank you. All right. Anything else on C1?
Can I have a moment of personal privilege?
Absolutely.
Regarding these sections that I have read a lot with the town attorney, so that we don't go through this again, I kindly and respectfully suggest just changing a little bit of the wording to make it easier. And this is what I suggest, and you tell me. The nomination, I'm in C1. If less than 6 months remain in the unexpired term, comma, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor, period. I think it would sound better, the nomination by the mayor, not the nomination of the mayor, shall be made and keep everything the same and subject to confirmation by the council via email to the town clerk or something to that effect. I think it would make my life easier for me to know that the nomination by the mayor made within 30 calendar days is being communicated to the clerk via email so that we don't have any issues in the future if he texted me or she texted me, or if it was stated in a public meeting, in a public venue. I think it's proper posture for that nomination by the mayor to be made within 30 calendar days of the occurrence of the vacancy and shall be subject to confirmation by the council, but that nomination to be communicated to me or to whoever is the town clerk at the time via email.
Okay, that's a recommendation. Is there
I'll make a motion to
motion?
move it. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Well, real quick, and I think we need to clarify what the actual motion is, to what languages that we're asking to amend.
I would just like, I agree with Gina to add, just to add that section that the nomination shall be communicated to the town clerk via email or,
Yeah, what I'd like to say is official email. In other words, the town, or the town council's official email. That just makes sure, we don't get a Yahoo who sends it by Yahoo. Okay.
All right, so we'll discuss this in just a second. So the motion is to modify that first sentence is the nomination by instead of the mayor. And I think how I'm understanding is to say the nomination by the mayor, comma, which shall be communicated to the town clerk by email, comma, shall be made within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy, such and such. Is that what you guys are recommending?
I would just like official email, only because I want to use the town as, I don't want an outside server. I want.
Well, we have the movement, so
Okay.
it's his motion, so
I'll
if we can
second.
clarify let's clarify his motion first.
Okay.
If
That's
you
fine.
believe that's what
That's
what your
fine.
motion is,
that's
No.
excellent. That's perfect.
okay,
Can we have a discussion?
well, let's second it.
I'll second it for
Vice
discussion.
Chair's discussion, and now go ahead.
All right, because I think what the clerk meant to say is it's not that it will be communicated to the council via email. It's
I
that-
said town clerk. Is what I stated, how I proposed and was confirmed was that which shall be communicated to the town clerk
by the
email-
mayor.
By email.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said to the council.
Yeah, no,
Okay, all right.
by the town clerk.
Right. Okay.
Okay, any further discussion?
Amendment to the motion, official email. I hate to be a stickler about this, but I do want to go through official channels.
All right, there's a motion for to amend
I'll second it.
language for official email. We have a second. Any discussion on adding the language by official email? Just, this kind of goes between this and the former. My preference is that we don't designate by email. I understand that's good, and because you're becoming too prescriptive, because what if in the event you guys run out of something happens, you can't communicate by email. Now the charter says, hey, look, you can't transmit this in any other fashion. You've prescribed it very limited for the next 10 years. We don't know what's going to be out there of way we're communicating. Now you've prescribed exactly how it has to be communicated. And rather, I would recommend that we do not add even the term by email, just that it be communicated to the town clerk, and the town council can prescribe it if they want, or they don't have to, but as long as it's communicated by any form or fashion.
Well,
Communicated writtenly, maybe in written
but
format?
that's the whole point. It's verbally is not going to work. I want a written record.
Right.
Okay.
Some
No, no.
type of written record, official mail. You can use
Yeah.
post it, the post office, as
A
far as I'm
memo.
concerned.
Yeah.
I mean,
written-
but I just want, in writing, official, this is something that's important.
Should be
It
communicated in
has- There
writing.
has to be a
Okay.
paper trail here, okay?
So,
It's
going
an
back to
election.
the motion right now is to amend the proposed language to be by official email. That's where we're at right now. And then we can work our way back to the original motion and the language if we need to amend that aspect of it.
And-
So right now, any further discussion on just adding official to, that-
Once again, and we can make it broader as for the chair, you could make it official mail or email or any other written official, methodology. I'm just trying to say, you don't have to limit. I know it's kind of a sticking point, but I want a paper trail. That's all I want.
Sure, no, I
That's the
completely
intent.
understand. What you're saying is now it's official email, but keeping in mind that if we go to amend it, we're going to have to probably amend official because, official written communication, written notification, it'll be a little bit more complicated, that aspect. But nonetheless, we're right now to amend this language to add the word official before email. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none. So now we're back to the earlier motion, which is to add this language, which shall be communicated by official or to the town clerk by official email. Is there any further discussion on that aspect? of it?
Yeah, I think given your feedback, I mean, I'm an IT guy by trade. If the charter would have been written in the 80s, it would have said sent by facsimile. I think we should get away from prescribing the specific technology being used and have something, a little bit, something that's going to age a little bit better.
So is your motion that it'll be communicated to the town clerk by
Official means
or written communication? Or
Yes.
written notification?
yeah,
I'll second that.
anything like that is acceptable.
Okay. By written is
I think
Commissioner Fernandez
I'll second.
and seconded by the vice chair. Shall we communicate by?
Are we open for discussion?
Yes, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I
Sure.
wrote it down.
And, okay.
Written notification. Okay, all right, go ahead with,
So once
Push it
again,
back.
Madam Clerk, you wanted this to make life easier on you. We'll be getting registered letters from the post office, make your life easier as opposed to official emails. I'm just trying to say by official, some type of written means. She was trying to do it for expediency. That's the only reason she entered that, and that's the current technology. I don't imagine emails are going to go away soon. But, well, what else are you going to have? Telepathy? I mean, come on.
it could be on the blockchain. You never know. Lots being communicated.
That's a good point. It could be blockchain one day. Yeah, and just to the town clerk, I mean, any written method is going to be acceptable, is make it easier on you?
Yes, I think what I'm trying to look with this amendment is to have some kind of formal communication from the mayor at the time so that I can show it as evidence. I can say, yes,
Okay.
the
she said the term,
nomination
formal
was made
communication.
within the 30 days and in writing.
Yeah, there, she just said the term, a formal communication. It can be email, it could be postage, it could be blockchain,
So
it's just
maybe-
formal communication.
But written, right?
Written, well, formal written communication.
But to be on the same page, that's the amendment that we're talking about, right? Formal communication.
Well, right now, the
Yeah,
motion
official
is,
email.
the motion that is pending right now is to replace official email with the phraseology I believe I have is to the town clerk by,
Formal written communication.
well, that wasn't the motion, but,
Yeah.
oh wait, no, it was formal written
Yep.
communication. That's correct. Yes, I know. That's why we were hired. All right, so that's where the motion is. Is there any further discussion to amend that into the full language? All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now going back to the second original motion is that it'll read the nomination by the mayor, which shall be communicated to the town clerk by official written communication shall be made within 30 calendar days in the occurrence. So adding that language there, is there any further discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed, say, seeing none, motion passes. And if you could clarify for me, Madam Clerk, because we've had many motions. Did we vote on the original motion to add the recommendation from Councilman Fernandez? I don't think so. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we're on the entire language as amended with the original language. Is there any further discussion at this point with that? All right, seeing none. Now on that motion, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. So now we're going to C2, or is there anything else on C1? I hope not. Okay, now we're going to C2. And I think, Commissioner Ruano, I think you had some modifications here that you wanted to. Well, let's go to Commissioner Fernandez or Councilman Fernandez first to discuss his, and then we'll get into yours.
So it's just another way to clarify that vacancy. I'll read it real quick. If 6 months or more remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a nomination of the mayor. The nomination of the shall be, I think that's a mistake, clearly, of the mayor shall be made within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy and shall be subject to confirmation by the council. The confirmation vote of the mayor's nomination shall be conducted at the next regular council meeting following the nomination unless a majority of the council votes to hold a special meeting of the council prior to the next regular council meeting. If the mayor fails to nominate a person within 30 calendar days following the occurrence of the vacancy, any member of the council may nominate a person for consideration at the next regular or special council meeting following the expiration of the 30-day nomination period. The nominee shall fill the vacancy until the next regularly scheduled election as described in Article 5, at which time an election shall be held to fill the vacancy. However, if the council is unable to confirm a nominee, a special election to fill that vacancy shall be held following the occurrence of the vacancy, subject to the coordination with and approval of the Miami-Dade County Department of Elections.
All right. That is the proposal. And before a motion is considered, I would ask, and this is something we're going to go back to C1 in just a second because I forgot to make the motion to add some language there. That if someone's considering to move this, that it include in that first sentence, if 6 months or more remain in the unexpired term of a council member. And then with the additional language that he stated in the nomination of the mayor shall be and include the same language that we just had with the town clerk to incorporate that into it. So if someone's would like to make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion, but it's not going to be relevant to the language that the council member read into the record. I want to make a completely different motion that reads, If 6 months or more remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled by a special election to be scheduled at the first possible date as the next possible date available by the Miami-Dade County Department of Elections.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second. Do you have the motion, Madam Clerk? Okay, it's just requiring a special election if there's more than 6 months. That's pretty much.
For
That's it.
discussion
Okay,
now?
now up for discussion.
Yes,
Commissioner
okay,
Bennett.
so, Madam Clerk, what does it cost the town of Miami Lakes to hold a special election?
I don't remember precisely, so I don't want to.
I don't want precisely, just a ballpark.
Maybe like 40, 50, a special election 60.
Right, and we're,
I could get back to you so that we don't,
yeah, well, last I heard was
be
80,
accurate,
but
I
that's
can
okay. I
look
can't
better,
remember
send
now.
an
It
email.
depends if there's also, if there's a runoff also.
Right.
Right. Anyway, and the reason why, going back to efficiency and all that, I mean, we're eliminating 2 council seats and changing the structure and the representation of the town of Miami Lakes over $54,000 such $56,000 in perpetuity, and now we're adding a special election. So, we can't use the illusion of efficiency if we're gonna basically redirect money in a different way. So, I think that's something this commission needs to consider. If we're going to go ahead and add the financial cost of a special election, well, then we've eliminated, once again, 2 seats and that representation for less. So, okay.
The chair stepped out for a moment, so I'll take over momentarily, but question for the town attorney. So as it stands now, the council has the option, the council has the option to either or the mayor has the option to nominate. The council can or cannot pass or confirm that nomination. And if that's the case, then it goes to a special election?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the power in selecting that person lies with the mayor. The confirmation power lies with the council. If the council says no, then in one scenario, if there's less than 6 months, there's that season not filled. If it's more than special election.
To Dr. Bennett's point, it could be 6 months and 3 days, and that would stink to pay whatever it is, 30, 40, 50, 60, $80,000 for a special election. So, okay. All right. So we've got a motion that Commissioner Fernandez made. Commissioner Ruano seconded. All right. Any other discussion on the motion?
I would like to discuss, actually.
Okay.
So again, and I'll try to bite my lip this time. But again, my concern. So I don't think we should take away from the mayor the power to nominate, right? I think that's their right. It's been established. My concern is the way we go about approving a nomination. I agree with it should be at a regular council meeting, the next council meeting. Just to avoid what happened last time, November, somebody resigns, there's no council meeting. In December, then we go through January, and now we have this confusion, right? Can we nominate again? Can we not? I know it's very unusual to, so could we, and I know I spoke to Mr. Kobiella this morning about it. Is there any way that instead of a tie, I'm concerned about the tie, just like it happened. It's either voted up, it's voted down. That part I'm fine with. But if there is a tie, could a vote, could that not be considered a defeat instead just appoint that person? You know what I'm saying? Instead of vetoing the position? Right, but that it's how we choose to define it though, right?
Yeah, I mean, remember the rules of those are Robert's Rules of Order, right?
Right.
So if you want to amend it, that's always possible. Robert's Rules of Orders can always be amended by the governing body to mean something different than what exists. You could.
It depends on how you would structure the language.
Yeah.
So then I'll make a
But-
motion to amend Article 2, Section 2.5, Section 2, or double I, whatever you call, to the town charter to provide that in the event of the vote of a nominee to fill a council vacancy results in a tie, the nominee shall be considered confirmed.
Okay, so I apologize because I
That's
had to
right.
step out for a second. So you're moving to amend, because we're on the original motion.
So I'll move
that
to
I-
amend that motion
To,
to provide that in the event the vote for a nominee to fill a council vacancy results in a tie, the nominee shall be considered confirmed.
okay, so you're adding to his that it'll go to an election, and in the event that there's a tie in the election.
Well, no, what I'm trying to avoid is that election. I agree, it's
Okay,
quite a
but
cost.
the original motion,
But this
oh,
is
so you're doing a
forward.
strike all of his original motion to replace?
I mean, I guess.
Because his motion is that in unexpired, if there's 6 more months, that the nomination shall be filled by election. And that's what he's doing. So what you're saying is you're trying to avoid that election, so it'll be a
Exactly.
strike all of his amendment.
I'm trying to strike, yes, that special election.
So you'd be striking his and replacing it with your language.
Sure.
No, I'm saying that's generally what the.
Yes, yes.
Let me put the logical operation of it. We can have illogical stuff here all the time if we want.
Okay, let me,
So,
yeah,
Real
go
quick,
ahead.
he has his pending motion. No, we don't have a second motion. I was just trying to clarify exactly what that motion is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Is there a second to that motion? All right, well, second, is there discussion on that motion? Now? Town attorney, I think you wanted to say something? I thought you said you wanted.
No,
Okay,
Question. All right, so let me see if I get this straight. So if there's a 3-3 tie from the council, in other words, that means it's passing anyways as opposed to being struck down.
well, going back for a second, is he's amending the original motion from Councilman Fernandez, or for Commissioner Fernandez, his original motion, his strike all would mean that there isn't even an election because of the way that he's formulated his language.
Mhm.
It doesn't incorporate anything that is already there or has been proposed by Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay,
So what you're doing is you're going to be stating exactly what he says, that the statement would just simply, that section C2
Mhm.
would only state exactly what he just stated. It would not have any of this other information because the original motion was pretty much a strike all of everything to be replaced with that it'll only become it would go straight to an election.
to a special election that we'd have to pay for.
Correct. So the Commissioner Abad's motion would strike all that motion and it would just only leave the specific language that he just stated.
The 3-3 tie, assenting,
So you would never have a special.
right.
Well, it
But
wouldn't-
also
it
you
wouldn't
wouldn't have
even-
a
it
clear
wouldn't even be
majority either,
considered.
so.
It
you
wouldn't
have a
be
clear
considered, it
majority
would
either,
just,
so.
but well, for discussion purposes, the way his motion is currently phrased, what you would be saying is you wouldn't even have the mechanism to engage in nomination process because his was an original strike all. And so it's missing meat to how it would operate. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna request the attorney to clean that up and let me see the wording of it. I'm not quite following, only because if you don't have a clear majority, you haven't assented to anything, so a 3-3 tie, you can't, you shouldn't be able to pass.
Well,
So.
let's- Hold on, let's go to the town attorney and then we're gonna go to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So if you have a 3-3 tie under Robert's Rules of Order, the item just dies. Right. So I think what Mr. Abad wants to do is, in the instance of a nomination, right, by the mayor, if you have a 3-3 tie, then that means it automatically, that person is voted in. Except,
Does that require a change in Robert's rules?
no, because, right, because the rules that really govern is the charter.
It
So can you
supersedes
do
the
it?
Robert's-
Yeah, you can. It's
Okay,
awkward,
Commissioner-
but.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes. So let
Yeah.
me put a couple thoughts on the record, and it applies to the amendment and it applies to the underlying motion. So I'll try to say it once. We're talking about a 3-3 tie, but if the first thing that we propose today goes through, we might have a 2-2 tie, and you're not gonna have you're gonna have the mayor ostensibly is not gonna nominate somebody that they're not gonna vote for, right? So then you have 3 remaining council members that are gonna make this decision, right? You would almost need the burden of a supermajority to get somebody confirmed. Right, but one is vacant. So that the person that's vacant no longer gets to vote. You only have three that can still vote and the mayor, right? So it makes it very, very difficult at that point to get, you would essentially have to get everyone. You know, it makes it very, very difficult to confirm someone. And as we saw the last time that we went through this, and I don't think there's any beating around the bush, the current system, what was in the charter, failed atrociously the last time, right? So I think if there's any part of the charter that should be severely rewritten, it should be this, right? I think putting it in a position where you're going to require essentially a supermajority to get this person confirmed is going to make it very difficult. I think in a lot of cases you may, and I think the on-ramp or the off-ramp that was proposed by Councilman Fernandez makes it even more enticing for a dissenting council member to try to kill the nomination, because they're going to have the opportunity to nominate somebody else, right? So there's 33,000 other people in the town that, you know, and you get into the dynamics of, well, I'm council member A, I want my person and you want your person, and then
Right.
that's not
I'm going to
what
go to the vice chair first, then we can go to
right.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Bennett.
so that's not what the proposal stipulates, that if the mayor's appointee is not confirmed, then the council members, any council member can nominate somebody in their place. I think that in the onset kills the entire process. I think it makes it toxic. That's why I originally offered just going to the special election in that particular case and bypassing all of the disaster that then turns into a botched nomination, right? For the nominee, for the council, for the mayor, for the town, for everyone. So,
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Fernandez, I agree. The ideal situation would be to have a special election, right? Let the people decide. However, given the cost involved, that really hurts, right? I mean, finding those kind of dollars really, really hurts. But back to your point, you know, whether it's a 5-member council or a 7-member council, right? If you're down one council person, then you're either dealing with 4 or 3, right? Hypothetically, it could be 4, but right now it would be 3-3. One of 3 things would happen, right? You would either have a, you know, assuming it's a 7-member council and you're down to 6 council people, you would have a, you know, 1 to 5, 2 to 3, 3 to 3, right? Or the other way, right? So I think what Commissioner Abad is referring to, if there is a tie vote, whatever that number is, that the person gets appointed to avoid the need to have to go to a special election. I think we all agree that a special election is ideal. It's just, do we want to incur that kind of cost? You know, is it just better for a short period of time to have an appointment made and then let the next special, what's that? No, we're talking about 6 months or more at this point.
Yeah, we're at,
Yeah.
we're at 2.
so
Either way, it could be 8 months.
right,
It could be 7 months.
that's the door I was gonna open, right? Maybe we should revisit 6 months being the hard line, right? Maybe a year.
Yeah.
And then we go with what's laid forth in C1 for appointments, you know, vacancies less than a year, and then we do special election a year and above.
So let's stick on the current motion. I understand the comments and everything. It's good for discussion purposes. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Bennett. Did you have anything further from you had to kind of?
No, that I just want to, what I'm trying to understand here is, once again, I always play scenarios in my head. A council member is removed for cause, the mayor then appoints another council member. It's a 3-3 tie, you know, and basically, we lose the council member, for what is defined as cause and ordinance by the council. They're going to determine by council what is cause. So it becomes convoluted. Once again, a 3-3 tie is no assent. It's by, there's a reason why ties are usually negative. You have to have a simple assent to any particular vote. If it goes 3-3 tie, we have to come up with some other type of solution. I'm sorry, that's my thoughts.
Okay. Ron?
On the motion of the 3-3 tie being a prevailing vote, I can't. I didn't realize I was speaking into the record. On the motion of the 3-3 tie being a prevailing vote, I can't support that. To me, Robert's rules are what they are, and if you're at a tie, it doesn't prevail. The way that this played out in my head when I read the charter, when I wrote it, based on the experiences that I lived on the dais, the mayor should nominate within 30 days. That should trigger an automatic special call meeting. It should not be subject to 4 members wanting it or however members want. It should trigger an automatic special call meeting. With all of that should happen within 30 days. So that we know within those 30 days whether there is an appointee or not. I don't think that any other council member should be able to make a nomination. I think that that's strictly just a luxury that the mayor has. If the mayor's nominee is not confirmed, then you go to a special election within 90 days to expedite the seat not being vacant. I think that that was the whole premise between the 90-day, when this was written, right? That within 90 days, you would fill that vacancy. Now, obviously, it has to be subject to the Department of Elections having availability because we ran into that as well. But that's how it played out in my head. I'm not necessarily loving the way that Councilmember Fernandez is presenting it. I don't think that we should automatically go to an election either, even though I understand your thought process, right? Commissioner Fernandez is always thinking 3 steps ahead. So I understand that the math won't math. But the way that it's written, I think it's okay with a couple of tweaks, just specifying so that certain things don't happen. And I think that can solve the problem if there's an appetite for that.
Okay, Vice Chair?
Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ruano, the only issue I see with that is, what if you don't have a quorum at the special meeting, right? What happens then? Now you're saying it's going to automatically trigger, because it could be, you can call a special election, but if my calendar is full and I'm in Washington DC for work, I can't be here and I can't vote virtually. If you don't have quorum, then that handcuffs the process, you know?
And so, look, I fully.
I still live in the world of 7 council members. I'm sorry to interrupt you. And that's one of the reasons why I think we should keep the 7 council members for.
So, one thing I just want, let's just go back to the pending motion that we're at, and then we can continue this discussion. The pending motion that we have right now is as to the amendment to move it to the 3-3 tie to be sufficient and replacing the superseding motion that is also still pending on that language. Is there any further discussion on that amendment that we have right now?
I move to call the vote.
All right, is all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, it sounds to me that it noes have it. Does anybody want to poll? All right, the
Can
motion
can we
fails.
have the roll call just to make sure?
Sure, let's have a roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Matos, and this is again in the amendment proffered by Commissioner Abad, which is striking Commissioner Fernandez previous motion, which is if the nominee is a tie, the nominee will be considered confirmed. On that amendment, Commissioner Matos.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Abad,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruano,
No.
Vice Chair Inguanzo,
No.
Chair Ley Soto.
No.
Okay, the amendment failed.
All right, so now we're back on the original motion as presented by Commissioner Fernandez. Is there any further discussion on that discussion? I did want to, just as a point of, on that piece, clearly there's a lot of thought that I believe needs to happen as to this provision. There's a lot of opinions. I'm thinking my vote's going to be no for the purposes of declining to move forward with moving this. And that I think is that we then just move forward with moving to the next section and defer this to the next meeting or at some later point in time. So that way it gives all of us an opportunity to really think of how we can structure this, and we can come with concrete written proposals that we can share with everybody in advance so we can take a look at it and we can address it at that
So
time.
before you take a vote, can I add something different then? I mean, I'm not making a motion at this point.
Sure, we're still in discussion.
So, I mean, if we received obviously public comments, right, from everybody. And I think then the next most fair way is what Mr. Abel Fernandez submitted. If you all read the public comments that he submitted, that in the event of a vacancy, the candidate receiving the next highest number of votes in the most recent election for the same office shall fill the vacancy until the next regularly scheduled municipal election, provided that such candidate remains qualified to serve.
Yeah. So
I mean, that to me, that's intriguing.
that's a suggestion that I would, that I would say, hey, look, in the event that this motion does not move forward, or even then we could still reconsider some type of language even if it does pass. But that would be one of those things that I was just suggesting is like, look, come up with the suggested language that we can all consider. Is there any further discussion on?
Yes,
Commissioner Fernandez? Yes, go ahead.
before you call the vote, I'd like to make a motion to defer the item until said time that we all have time to ruminate.
Second.
I second, yeah, okay.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer the item rather than, and then, so keeping
Correct.
your motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that aspect of it? All right. Town clerk, you're going to be responsible for remembering that item has been deferred for consideration on the next time.
If I can make a suggestion, why don't you defer to a date certain, maybe for the next meeting or 2 meetings from now? I think that would be easier.
Does
That way just automatically comes back.
does the rest of the body think 2 weeks is enough?
I think that, well, there would have to be a motion to amend yours to add that date certain if someone's interested in it.
I'll entertain such a motion.
Is there such a motion for anyone?
Yes, whatever the motion to move this forward, yes.
So you're making a motion to amend the pending deferral to a date certain in the future.
Correct.
And what would be?
February
I'm sorry,
12th?
the next.
February
the next
12th?
commission. meeting.
February 12th is the next meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
February 12th, there's plenty of time.
February 12th. And so is there a second as to that motion?
I'll second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Motion passes. Now we're back on the original motion to defer to a date certain, February 12th. Is there any further discussion on that? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. So Madam Town Clerk, if we can make sure that gets added to the old business already on the agenda for that time period. So we're going to move forward then to now is section C3. Councilman Fernandez, if you could go forward with your recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just go to the line where the added verbiage was placed. The last sentence, the council shall, and that was stricken, appoint a new vice mayor once the vacant council member, I'm tired, seat is filled. Does it go on?
That was it.
And that's the end of
Okay.
the change.
Is there any motion?
I'll move it.
All right, is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Sure. All right, so it's been seconded by Councilman or Commissioner Bennett.
Close enough.
Okay, I'll let you go for you want to discuss. I'll let you go first.
What is the intent of what he's trying to do here? I mean, obviously shall and that, but once the vacant council member seat is filled, what is the intent of the change here? I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish that isn't already accomplished.
Okay, I'm gonna defer to the manager.
Manager Peterman?
You came up with that.
I don't know if you heard him.
Yeah, I heard, sorry.
He's focusing.
Can you, so the question is, the last, under section 3, C3, that last sentence, what you added there.
Yeah, the vacancy, because, so now the vice mayor moves up to mayor. So you have a vacancy at vice mayor. But now you only have 6 people on the council. What all this is saying is that you should wait till the vacant council member seat is filled, before deciding on a new vice mayor. It's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, because some of the other things that you've been discussing almost seem like there could be several months before filling of the vacancy. So this may be a moot point, and it may be too long to wait, because obviously it's always a better thing to do it when you have 7 members on the council instead of only 6, and that's all it is.
Okay, so the vice mayor moves up to mayor, there's a vacancy there, and he wants to wait until that vacancy is filled before selecting the vice mayor. And of course, it begs the question, if the mayor becomes incapacitated during that time, who runs the meetings?
Right, that's usually not a big deal. Historically, what the council has done is one of the most senior or more experienced council members just takes the gavel and runs the meeting. It's usually not an issue.
Would there be an issue if, say, during that interim, the town attorney were to run the meeting? Is there an issue with,
It would have to, it's always been a member of the council.
well, he won't be
Yeah,
voting,
an-
he'd
I
just
think
be
it'd
running
an
the
elected
meeting.
member, though, would have to still run.
It has to be?
Well, Mr. Town Attorney.
Yeah, it needs to be a member of the governing board.
It's gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the job of the attorney is to be the parliamentarian,
Okay, well,
help
then we
with-
need additional language then to say, okay, who runs the meeting if the mayor, the mayor pro tem becomes ineligible to be mayor or?
That's in Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order say that once you get through the officer, then you go in order of the most senior member on the board. There's been times that even in council meetings that the mayor has been absent, the vice mayor has been running the meeting, has stepped out. The next most senior member of the body is the one that assumes the gavel.
I'm sorry, do we need to codify that in the charter? I mean, just, I don't see any reference to.
Well, let's do this. It's just, it sounds like we're starting to get into another issue. And I want to stick to, and I'm just sticking to what the motion is right now to amend this language. Because what this is establishing, we can still come back to yours if you'd like to make an emotion at that point. But right now it is to strike the word then and to add the language, once a vacant council member seat is filled. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Town Manager, how I'm understanding it is it's to make it very clear that a vice mayor should not be chosen or shall not be chosen until we have the full council, because you've now replaced that vacancy. And then you have the full council making the determination who the vice mayor is, just making, it's clarifying what the order of process is going to be.
Correct, but if the previous process that you were debating for quite a while, it ends up being a lengthy process, several months, this may not make sense.
Yeah.
And you may just try and select a new vice mayor with 6 members of the council instead of waiting for the 7th person to be on.
Very true.
So, Mr. Chair, may I make a suggestion if I'm able to?
Well, hold on one second.
Yeah, you may want to wait until you've decided on the previous one that you guys deferred or.
That's what I was.
Just for point of clarification, is the way I'm reading 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is dependent, is the unexpired terms of a council member, and it's not as the vacancy of a mayor. 3 is separate and apart from is just specifically the vacancy created of a mayor. So I don't think 2 implicates 3. In the way I read it, I know we haven't proposed it, but I had, as I had mentioned, is adding the language of the unexpired term of a council member, because 2 and 3 or 1 and 2 refer to the appointment of the mayor and nomination by the mayor. So it's going to go to that aspect of it. It's not dealing with a vacancy created by a mayor.
Right.
Well, it's a domino effect. Once the mayor, then the vice mayor moves up. Now what you're dealing with is what you've been talking about for the last several hour or whatever, which is the vacancy of a council member, because the one who was vice mayor moved up to mayor.
Sure. No, but what I'm trying to say is that 1 and 2, those concern specifically a vacancy that is happening as to a council member.
Correct.
And vacancy of a mayor. So you wouldn't have 3 come into play, because 3 specifically is a vacancy of the mayor's position where the vice mayor is pushing up.
Right.
So I don't think it's 3 implicates 1 or 2. And if anybody has a difference in opinion, I'm more than happy to.
I have a parliamentary inquiry. the special rules of order that dictate that meetings can't go past 11 p.m. Does that apply to this body, or do we need a waiver, or do we need to make a motion to defer the rest of the agenda to
So the
date certain?
actual, so those rules are for the council, what the charter says, the rules cannot, I mean, the meetings cannot go past midnight, is what it says, unless. Right. But I
Could have
I
sworn
do-
it was 11.
I do, I mean, if you do wish to defer the, I don't know that there's a lot left, but if you do wish to defer the items, that is always, an option.
So, well, we have a pending motion. I'd like to resolve this motion first before we take on another motion. So is any further discussion on adding that language? Not seeing none, is there I'm going to call it call the vote. Is all in favor in adding this language, say aye. Any opposed?
No,
No.
Can we poll?
not clear.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Commission Member Matos,
Yes.
Commission Member Fernandez,
Yes.
Commission Member Bennett.
No,
Commission Member Abad,
Yes.
Commission Member Ruano, she left, but she's participating via Zoom.
You're permitted to vote via Zoom.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, she's absent right now. Vice Chairman Inguanzo
No.
and Chairman Ley Soto.
Yes.
The amendment passes, or the motion passes.
All right. So we've now had that amendment. Is there any other pending?
Forgive me, my Zoom wasn't allowing me to unmute.
Not a problem. Would you like to register your vote?
Yes,
Yes, you would, or that is your vote?
yes, I would, and yes is my vote.
Perfect. Just for
Thanks.
clarification purpose.
Thank you.
The chaotic mind of an attorney, always trying to parse all those little things out. All right. Is there another pending motion right now? As to 3. All right, seeing none, we're going to go to section 4, C4.
I'd like to make a
Is-
motion. If I may. 4,
Sure.
5, 6, and 7, adopt as written to bring us to 8.
When you say adopt as written,
As it is, as it's on the paper, as it's stated in the on the document. And I guess in the
Okay.
charter, actually, it's as stated in the charter.
okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll
Okay.
second.
Chair, can I interject?
Second. We've gotten a second, for discussion. I'll start off. I don't know if that would be a proper motion just to keep it as it is. Well, it's a proper motion, but I don't think that's really, we could just say, hey, look, there's nobody has a motion that's any of the things and we can move on.
Only reason there's no
I can tell you is
changes.
that I would have, I had suggestions of
Okay.
making modifications to each of those. I know we wanted to go, if you guys want to defer, you want to go through these things, mine aren't too complicated, but
I wish
nonetheless,
to
we have
withdraw
the
my
pending-
motion then if you want to discuss them. I just gave an opportunity. I didn't see any changes. So I figured that it was already, everybody assented to it. So I will withdraw my motion. Excuse me, I'm getting a little sore.
I'm
throat.
sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm going to withdraw my motion to adopt 4, 5, 6, and 7 as written.
Okay, is there a motion to accept his withdrawal? Or is there a
I'll
second to
second
his
it.
motion to withdraw?
Second.
All right,
Okay.
any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. All right, we're back on his motion has been accepted as withdrawn. And so we're back on 4 real quick. I'm not going to bring it up at this point, but I think we need to revisit section 4. The vacancy of seats 1 through 6 shall be filled by a qualified elector of the town, meaning that we'll have to have language that'll clarify as to what's going to happen after November 30th.
Right.
Based on the thing. So, but I'm fine with going back because I right now I don't have language. As to section 5, the language is currently what I would replace is persons filling vacancies. I would put persons nominated to fill a vacancy shall meet the qualifications. That is my motion, is just replace that language. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that item? Just clarification. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Seeing none, motion passes. And so number 6, I have to read because I have a note here that we may have to strike based upon proposed language. But I think we're still pending. We're gonna have to pend because we're still waiting on number 2 of how that's gonna read. So I'll defer on that one as well. On anything on my part. And that goes also with 7, because I think that's going to depend on what number 2 says. All right, going to section 8 now. Is there any motions to change, or Councilman Fernandez?
Yeah, I just read it into the record to make the change subject to the coordination with and approval of the Miami-Dade County Department of Elections. And I think everybody knows the reason why, right?
So moved.
All right. Is
I'll
there,
second.
so move, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Oh,
I'm sorry, just point of clarification, Miami-Dade should be hyphenated. It was also not hyphenated before, but
Okay, I think that's a Scrivener, so
Yeah.
I mean, that's something we can correct there.
Yes.
Um,
And
yeah,
so
it's
before
not-
you
that's
vote,
up-
we're only talking about that one line, right?
That one line correct right now.
Because at some point we might have to strike that disability if we struck.
Well, correct.
Okay.
I'm going to go to that. I'm going to go to that piece next.
Mr. Chair, do we need to take a vote about deferring 5, 6, and 7?
No,
I'm
it's no, because it's, I'm just going to be, I was just making for the record that I'm going to be bringing it up at the next, at least from my perspective.
Yeah.
Others may bring it up as well. But
Okay.
I don't think we didn't need to have a motion because there was nothing pending.
Okay.
All right, so all in favor of adding the language here, I'll
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. I'm going to make a motion to, for a few things. It's first is, again, as in we did earlier, is to strike the phrase disability. In the second line, the reference to council members to be members of the council. And then in the very last sentence, instead of meet all requirements, is to align it with the language of the charter, is that must meet all qualifications for candidates. And so those are the 3 items that I'm moving to
And I'll second it.
modify. There's a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Anything else on 8? Okay.
Okay,
Going-
before we move to the next section, I do have an additional section that I would like to add to 2.5.
Okay.
And where it gets placed, is a ministerial thing later, but it might be at the end, it might be in the middle. But I did want to add another section. So as some of you know, with Florida's Resign to Run law, whenever an elected official decides to run for another office that coincides with the same term, they're required to resign. Usually they are required to resign no later than, so they have to resign at qualifying, and that resignation can occur no later than the time that the new office starts, right? So
election day. I believe it's election day.
of the new office, exactly.
No.
Whenever the 2 terms,
Right.
Eh,
Election day. I
con-
believe it becomes
conflict.
Effective election day.
right? So
Correct.
we had it happen recently. We may have it happen again where the town receives a resignation that's future dated for an elected official, and that resignation is future dated. The clerk knows about it before the qualifying window closes for the November ballot. And so there's an opportunity to put that position on the November ballot without triggering a special election, without triggering an appointment. It's a free special election, right? Whereby that seat can be filled by the electors with no interruption. And I think that's an opportunity that we should take. I know there was resistance to the special election, and 2, because of the cost, this is a way to eliminate the potential for a special election. So that section would read, and I'm more than happy to defer to the town attorney to draft the exact language. But the spirit of the item is, in the event that the town clerk is notified of a future dated resignation to comply with Florida's Resign to Run line. By the way, those resignations that are given to the clerk are irrevocable, right? So you win, you lose, you decide not to run, whatever, it doesn't matter. That resignation is irrevocable. There's no going back. That position will be placed on the next regular election ballot. So that's the spirit of the item.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, open for discussion?
Okay, so let me just get this straight. So obviously, it's back to the resign to run. So you're saying they future date their resignation as opposed to
Yeah,
I'm
so-
deciding to, at what point do they file that they're running for another office? Shouldn't it be at the time that they file to run for another office?
Yes.
That's what you want to say. So in other words, during that period of time that they're running for another office, there's a vacancy on the council.
No,
There isn't a vacancy on the
No.
council.
not
So-
Well,
on
I
election
think
day.
I think there's two aspects, and I'll let Commissioner Fernandez
Yeah.
explain what he's saying,
Okay.
because I follow what your question is,
Mhm.
and I think he has the clarification.
So I can speak in specifics because it happened just recently, right? So the current mayor was a sitting council member. In order to run for mayor, he had to tender a resignation, which in his case, and in the case of most elected officials, is future dated to election day, which is allowed by state law. That's perfectly clear. So in essence, the clerk was notified during our qualifying window, during whatever qualifying window for that next office is, the clerk was notified that resignation
In August.
is going to happen November, whatever, right? So it happens in August with enough time to open a qualifying window for that vacancy in anticipation. That vacancy is guaranteed to happen.
Right. So I think I see what you're saying. So what you want basically is you want to make sure that the spot that's going to be vacated by the person is not going to be appointed by the new mayor, that it's actually going to be an elected spot.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on board.
So go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair, and then I'm going to go next.
Yeah. Commissioner Fernandez, I agree 100%. Agree 100%. You got to look at state law though, because you can't have,
I think there might be a conflict, so
Yeah.
the spirit, if you guys want to vote on it, I'm
Yeah.
okay with. But then give me an opportunity to do a little bit of research.
Yeah.
Because there might be a conflict with the resign to run law, and we can research it.
Perfect.
And also is what I wanted to comment on is that I see another potential issue in the implementation of that is you're going to create, I think, almost an ambiguity. If, of a person, if they put it, when are you going to do special, I'm sorry, let me go back. The ambiguity I believe, I think that section may be a little premature because I think it'll be dependent on what our decision is on recommendation on the C2, because then there'll be 6 more months dependent on there, and that would control because a vacancy is created that way. So there may be a conflict between this language and what potentially we could be proposing and going forward. So it's not that I don't say no, but I think there may be a conflict depending on what we end up proposing there.
Right. And I think, whichever version of C2, if it's at least one of the ones that we've discussed, it would either be instant special election or appointment by the mayor. And I think putting it on the regular ballot is better than both of those.
Well, yes, depending on, for that one instance. It could potentially do it, but it also could potentially create a conflict because if you're saying, hey, look, you're going to have a special election, you can't have a nomination. That nomination would not matter at that point because you're now requiring it to go for a special election.
But it wouldn't, so it wouldn't be the beauty of it is it wouldn't be a special election. That election would be on the regular, I mean,
I apologize. Well,
Right.
an election.
Right,
It would trigger an election nonetheless.
Right.
And it would just override the appointment or the nomination and the confirmation process if we were to stick with that type
Correct,
of language.
correct.
So that's why
Yeah.
there's a potential for conflict.
I understand.
And then a question, Commissioner Fernandez. So the issue now is, what if the person who wants to resign to run waits to the last day of qualifying? At which point there will be nobody available or nobody can qualify, but by midnight or whatever.
So
How's that resolved?
okay, so the way that the calendar works, right, and the dates that are prescribed for qualifying in our charter are, more conservative than the dates allowed by the elections department, right? So there is sufficient time, even if that happens, even if that resignation happens on the last possible day of the normal qualifying period, the clerk would be able to open a new qualifying period for only that vacancy, as she would do for a special election regardless, and give the required, 7 days or 10 days for a candidate to qualify for that position, and still have enough time to notice the clerk of I'm sorry, not the clerk of courts, the supervisor of elections, and make it on the regular November ballot.
Okay, so Mr. Attorney, you got that?
No, I
The
understand.
little nuances that we're discussing here to allow a window sufficient that if anybody wishes to run for the vacancy, that he can qualify.
I understand what the item is, but as Commissioner, Vice Chairman Commissioner Inguanzo alluded, I think that there might be a conflict, but I'll get back to you by next meeting.
Okay, any other further discussion? All right, so voting on the addition of a new section to be placed somewhere within, as to be determined within 2.5. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Say no. As discussed, just so I think it's a little bit premature, but nonetheless. Motion passes. All right, anything further for section 2.5? All right, section 2.6, any motions?
I don't have a motion. I have a question if that's permissible. I think
Briefly.
I'm going to address it to the town manager. So if I read this correctly, it says that council members and the mayor receive basically a COLA, cost of living adjustment, tied into the CPI for the Miami area every year. That's automatic. That happens every year.
Yes.
Are they aware of this? Because I know that there's every year when I tune into the budget meetings, there's always a discussion about COLAs for employees, and there's, a lot of debate about that. And in some years, employees aren't awarded COLAs, but are the council members aware that they automatically get a COLA?
I believe so. Obviously, we have a lot of new council members on the council, but they may not be aware. But I'll find out for next meeting, or I could have it emailed to all of you what the current amount, what the 400 has increased to, over the years with the COLA.
Yeah, it would seem to me that the fair thing to do to the employees is, if the council is having that discussion, that they're fully aware that they automatically get it, and if they're having a discussion about whether or not employees should get it, seems, not, I don't know, just kind of seems like that really stinks for the employees if the council votes not to give it to them and they get it.
Yeah, so just briefly, because I know there's no pending motion right now, but go ahead, Councilman Fernandez.
No, it was brought up. I made a motion to remove our COLA, and it was noted, it was clear
Charter.
that it was in the charter and we couldn't remove it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
But
Right,
then,
so is there any pending
but
motion?
hold on, but couldn't the charter then be revised to say that if the employees get the COLA, the council gets the COLA, if not, just directly tie one to the other?
Yeah, so we could make a motion.
would
I'll just one point of clarification, just so everybody understands that as I read the charter, the COLA is only applying to this amount of what it says is what's listed currently, or is currently in the charter, of $400 for a reimbursement expenses. It doesn't go to anything else. And I believe that's also reflected on the email that was provided to us by the town clerk, that provided a variety of different expenses that are benefits and allowances, which goes beyond what is provided for in the
Yeah,
charter.
it should be in there. The current amount should be in that email.
And
Yes, and yeah, it's specified, and that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
specified there of the CPI index, but it only goes as to that smaller amount. That limited amount for this reimbursement expenses. It's not on all the other benefits or anything that they may receive or not.
If I remember correctly from my last year on the council, I think it was like $3 a month that CPI.
Yeah, because
moved.
at that point was 400.
Right.
I'm sorry,
So-
is the mayor's salary subject to COLA increases also?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now-
is higher salary, which is what, 2,000 a month than expenses?
Not per charter.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Mr. Manager?
It is.
Well, it may be, but I don't, well, at least not in this section 2.6.
No, it's by ordinance. The compensation of the mayor is established by ordinance, and I think in that ordinance is where it stipulates that.
Could I request a copy of that ordinance for the next meeting?
Yeah,
Thank you.
and what we could certainly do, I would be very, very scared to tie the council's COLA to the staff's COLA. I think that's a very slippery slope.
Yeah.
But I would definitely open the door to Councilman Fernandez's proffer to allow the council to forego their COLAs. That I think is, the fact that the fact that he offered that and that option wasn't available to him. I would be
Do you
very
want-
scared to tie it because
Do you want to make a motion to add that language to this charter? Because this requires it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I would like to add language to give the council discretion to forego it.
I'll second.
All right. I think the language would be to the extent of the council members shall have the discretion to
Bypass.
Right.
not bypass, forego
To forego.
or the waive the COLA requirement.
Yep.
And just as a point of information, the current amount that is the monthly amount is $844. So the $400 with the multiple COLAs over the years and compounding is it's at $844.
844, perfect, because I was going to ask that in a minute.
Yeah.
So the motion that we have seconded right now is to add that additional language to give the discretion to each council members to determine whether or not they want to waive their COLA. All right, any further discussion on that?
Yes.
Sure.
Question again, I think to the manager, because perhaps, Mr. Manager, you were part of the first commission that perhaps put this in the charter. I don't know how long this has been in there, but what was the rationale for, I mean, it's such a relatively small amount. I mean, Commissioner Fernandez just mentioned what you saw was maybe $3 or whatever it was, but what was the rationale to, mandate a COLA on such a small reimbursement?
I don't remember. I mean, I'd have to look at the minutes, and I know that the minutes were sent to all of you earlier today to see if that was in from the original charter or if it was implemented at a subsequent one.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what I'd have to look back at the minutes and see if it was there from the beginning and the CPI component, what the rationale was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
So
believe it was in the original. I don't believe that it was amended during the last commission, so I think it was from the
it
original.
wasn't in 16.
Yes, I don't remember it in 16
Yeah.
either as being a part of it. So it might have been original. I'm surprised we missed it.
Yeah.
Or was there one before 16? I guess.
No, that was the
Oh,
first
That
one.
was the first one?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
the first revision commission
Yeah.
because it was implemented in 2005.
So we may have missed it, so.
Yeah, and but I will say is, and I kind of say it in jest, but not really in jest, but $400 back in 2000, 2001, when the original charter came out is a lot more than what,
You
you
think
know,
what
what
20,
400 is nowadays.
what a CPI will do in 25 years? It's doubled that
Yeah.
original amount, so.
All right, any
interest.
further discussion on the amendment to add this language? All right, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. And then I'm just going to make a motion real quick in line with what the manager said is to update in 2.6A the number of 400 to the current $844 per month. And that just is simply to reflect what the current is, so that way we can move forward with having a current charter. Is there a second to that motion? All right, is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, that number may change because next October, before this goes to vote for to the residents, to the voters, this number will get another CPI in October of next year, this year. So the number 844 will be adjusted one more time.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate then to just not have a number? Because that number is always going to change every year, or it could change because they could vote to, defer it or not accept it. But is it appropriate to just come up with language that says that, they shall receive a COLA on their monthly reimbursement?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember, I think it's like the August CPI number is the one that we use for that adjustment. I'll have to check with the budget. So we won't know the new number until like August, if
So
I'm not mistaken.
I would just simply state this as to that. I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm just trying to think of how it would operate.
Right.
Is by not having a number in there, it
Understood.
would really then,
Any number.
by operation, it would go to the council, make a determination. Hey, look, this is now, we're gonna have a reimbursement of $5,000.
Yeah, right.
And subject to the COLA, and
Right.
I
That
think it
works.
has unintended consequences, but I
Correct.
understand your point and, the manager Peterman's as to that. So what I would like to do is to, I'm gonna do what we've done a couple of times now, is to withdraw with the purpose of we'll bring this back, and I think what we can do is just make the calculation as to what the 844 is going to be in after October, and we put in that number. So that way it accounts for whatever the COLA is gonna be, so that way when it gets approved, that number will be fixed. Is that fine with you, Manager Peterman? You guys?
Sure.
Okay, so
Mr.
my
Chair,
motion
just
is
to
gonna be
clar-
to withdraw my motion at this point. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Baron.
Yeah.
Continue
to
to forget.
clarify, Mr.
So-
Chair, I'm sorry. So the item will come back for further discussion?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, that's one of the deferral ones that I'm
Right,
just gonna be,
right.
or anybody can bring back.
Yeah.
Once, we'll get from the manager Peterman's recalculations of what that COLA is gonna be. All
Perfect.
right, anything else on 2.6? Seeing none, we're gonna go to 2.7. Recall, anybody have any recommendations? Or any motions?
So it's not a motion yet, but Dade County is 4%, right?
For
The recall, we're talking about recall, right, at this point, right? 2.6?
What's
Oh, no, we're
required for
talking
the recall?
2.7.
I want to, I'm not sure exactly what
I'll look it
Miami-Dade
up.
County, I can look into it and come back.
I'll check.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, no, yeah.
All right, is there any motion as to right now for the recall 2.6? All right, seeing none, we're going to, we finished Article 2. Thank you very much. As we've noted, there's going to be some sections we're going to move back on and move forward for consideration. Our next meeting is going to be February 12th in the chambers. As always, as we recommend, we welcome any of the input from town members as well as from any of the commission members. If you guys have any proposals, especially as we've discussed, particularly that C2, if you guys have any drafts that you would like to share, please share them in advance so that we all can take a look at it to the extent possible. And obviously we'll consider anything going forward. And with that, we stand adjourned 11:34 p.m. Thank you very much.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.